Okay, hey everybody. Please ignore this pile of clothes behind me. I am actually going through them to put them in the new dressers that I set up. But today I finally have my desk built. Okay, I'm super excited. I have the desk, it's all set up. I'm ready to, take over the world. So yes, I decided let us do a Forrest Fenn freebie today. So whatever you guys want to talk about, Forrest Fenn style, go for it. Or if you don't even want to talk Forrest Fenn, that's good too. But yes, I'm going to go live. I just got off work and I decided to go live. I got problems. Like I've seriously got problems. Let me check chat real fast. Oh, I get messages too. Okay. Okay, into the chat we go. Hello, Craig O'Hare. Hello, INFJ. Again, I don't know, like, people don't have notifications anymore because my channel is completely scrubbed. It's a brand new channel pretty much. So yeah, no one's gonna get a notification because they can't get notifications. So don't mind me. And I got black liquid lipstick from Lime Crime and I'm absolutely in love with it. I finally got black lipstick. I've always wanted to try it and now I have it and I'm just like, this is pretty cool. I love it. Let me see. Alrighty. Want to know a fun update in the land of dating? So, actually, should I even say this? It's just so bad. So bad. Makes me never want to date. Like, I'm not kidding. I don't want to date. I've been avoiding dating for months. Like, I don't want to. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me put link inside chat room first. Hold, please. As I maneuver this thing. Debating on making food too. I have my crock pot. I could chop up the sausage and then make the fried potatoes, like the potatoes brine with a Creole sauce and like have that simmer. Ooh, that'd be probably really good. Maybe I should do that. You guys want to go on an adventure with me and look at while I chop up sausage and make dinner? Because I don't like, I still have my pizza. I have 2 slices of pizza left, or 1 slice, but I kind of want to make a slow cooker meal. So if I don't have it tonight, I can have it tomorrow. That'd be fun while we discuss crazy ideas. Okay, so hold on. I'm all over the place right now. Okay, here we go. Oh, nice. What's up, Jeff? 57. You are not at the 71, sir. I'm over in the land of 71. Okay, here's paste. Here's this. Pin message. Okay, there we go. It does feel good to have my platform back. Well, I don't have a platform anymore, actually. I don't have 1,000 subscribers like I used to. But it's nice to be able to go live again whenever the heck I want. And instead of sorting through that little pile of clothing, I'm hanging out with you guys instead. So, like, look at that pile. It's not that bad. Just, I've got my comforter on top of it. So these are all clean clothes that I just washed and I just have to sort them and put them in this lovely thing. Look at that. You see this? Do you see this? Like, here's my desk. Woo! Yeah. On the desk. Oh, and here's my blinged out jacket. But oh yeah, I gotta like add a lot more to everything, especially with I have to add, what do you call it? I have to add more art. That's what I need to do. I have to add more art. And my bestie got me like one of the most phenomenal coffee mugs I've ever seen in my life. So I'm waiting for that to get delivered. And then she also got me my Sabrina old school sweatshirt with a collar that I really want to wear in Vegas because it's just the cutest thing ever. So we got those things. And I might return the dress. I found out I could return it at Ulta, and Ulta's like right down the street. So I'm like, should I do it? Because I don't know if I'm going to be wearing that anywhere unless I'm on the corner of Holton Boulevard, which I will never be. So yeah, definitely going to return it. Just got the shoes. I put them on. They're gorgeous. You can probably see them in the corner right there. But yeah, can't do that. And I might return the necklace too. I haven't tried the necklace, but I don't know where I put my silver hoops. So normally I like just gravitate towards gold jewelry, and I don't wear silver as often, but I probably should because I've got gray eyes. Probably bring out the gray in my eyeballs. So let me move out of the land of work stuff. Here we go. Oops. I had my lovely Alexa set up playing music, but I realized it's on Bluetooth. So when I'm on Zoom, it stops because it stops playing because it's Wi-Fi. But I've been blasting all this music all day. It's been pretty good. I probably disturb half of you with my song selections though. So just be glad it's not playing in the background. Let me see. Is there anyone else live today? Shoot, I didn't look for that. Hold please. I don't think there is, but just to make sure, is there anyone live today? Why is it not letting me select? Okay, today. Okay, there's me. I don't know what Troy made. Looks like he has something new. Street posted something 8 hours ago. I don't think Cow Laser's live. Are they live? No, it doesn't look like they're live. Huh. Yeah, it seems so stagnant right now. Like everything in the chase just seems so stagnant. Let me get to my channel. There I am. Oh, I'm frozen. That's lovely. Okay. So let me see if I could get the people over here because being by myself is awkward. Galaxy, where are you? Let's see. Here we go. There's Troy sent me something. Oh, so let me see. Okay, so my dad's gift was delivered. Ashley's gift was just delivered today, but I can't give it to her until Las Vegas. But actually, you know what? Should I open it and show you guys, or should I just keep it closed and just take it with me? I don't know. But it's so pretty. Let's see. There's that. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, I was gonna message Galaxy. Oopsies. What is my phone doing? Galaxy. Go. Join. Oopsies. Oh my gosh, why is everything acting like it's on crack right now? Okay, there we go. Let's send it out to Trusted and Straight. Straight. Oopsies. What is sending it out to Street? Zoom, zoom, zoom. Zoomy, zoomy, zoom. Okay. Text. And then ACC. Okay, CC. Oh yeah. Didn't put a message. I just sent the link because I'm lazy. Okay. Hello, Woody. I'm alive today. Candy, where do you hide your metal detector? I don't have a metal detector. So yeah, I don't have a metal detector. I just no metal detector. I would totally be down for it, but I've just never done it. So there is that. I feel like, let me see. So should I go upstairs and start cooking? Or should I stay down here? I'm debating. I am debating. Oh, you know, today I learned that Amazon has pickup returns like the UPS people will come to your house and pick it up for the return. That's absolutely genius. I did see it's like $8 charge for it, but you could just schedule all the items to be picked up at once, and there you go. Because normally I keep stuff that I don't need or want, or like I messed up orders on, because I don't like to leave the house and go return crap. So now I can return all the stuff that I purchased that I don't want. So that works. Hey Zozo. I debate if I should get more coffee. I had coffee earlier, but I think I used the last espresso, so the only things left is my other mixed variety coffees and then the vanilla custard something coffee. So I'm just debating, but let's see what's gonna start into gear. I need food though, because I only had like a little bit of pizza today for lunch, because Heather came over at lunch and helped me assemble this desk. Well, I helped her assemble this desk. So she made sure I had the desk all set up. It's really cute. I got a cute little station set up. I'm gonna add more like decor and stuff later. I'll have to put one in your hand. I think you would have fun dirt fishing. Dirt fishing? Never heard of that before. Let's see. Fives. High fives? Oh, high fives to all. That's funny. High fives. Let me see. Let me see. Why am I getting? Oh, it's still on. Interesting. Can I play music still? Will it let me? Let me try this. Let me try and see if it'll play music while I'm live. Let's try it. Can you hear me? Hold on. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Can you guys still hear me, or is you can't hear me? Hello. I gotta make sure. Can you hear me? I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you hear me? Oh shit, you can't hear me. I can only give you like what? Okay. Everyone can hear me singing terribly off key, but I love the song. It's great, loud and clear. It's like way too loud and clear. Alrighty, so I'm gonna try and do like what Ben does. I don't know how he does it. He plays music while he like talks at the same time, and it's like, how does he do it? Ooh, street. Okay. See, he's joining. Street, you are not connected to audio yet or video. Nope, still no audio or video. You know, Trust had the same issue last time. Let me see. Try leaving and coming back again. Because he had the issue last night like that. I love this song. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Let's see. I prefer no music, but I understand if you do. I'll only do it for a little bit because I don't know if Susie's in here trying to watch, and I know she's got a trigger for music. So if I see her jump in chat, I'll take the music off. One little fire breaks in a wall, like you're dying on a bathroom floor. Street, you're still not. It's not working. You have no audio or video. That's just how it is when you love a narcissist. Let's see. Let's see you up start. Wait, what happened? Knowing how to gaslight. You're the most beautiful in the world while they're sleeping with another girl. I like that part. Sorry. You feel really stupid. Supposed to get lots of rain. Yeah, it actually started raining over here. Cause one little fire breaks in a wall. Feels like you're dying on a bathroom floor. You'll make an excuse. We'll say that it's you. And the mirror telling you it's true. Ah, marble. Burning. Burn. I'm waiting for Street to connect to his damn audio. Okay, let's see if he's gonna come back. Because his audio and video were like thrashed. This is what I've been doing like all day while working, is just listening to songs that either cheer me up or make me sad, because it's like, oh, a great reminder. So yeah. And I'm still trying to look for the song I want to do for karaoke in Vegas. I want to do like a new one. Oh, this is a new one. I've never heard this one. It's raining now. Yeah, I don't want to go outside. I'm wearing my my feather slippers, my fuzzy feather slippers. Alexa. Hold on. Yell at Alexa. I don't want this one. No, why is it going over again? Okay, let me skip it. You let me skip it? Oh no, did I break it? No. Alexa. Why are you stealing? Come on, Alexa. I want this one. Why do you skip it? Skip it. Okay, you guys are lucky. It's on pause right now. I cannot understand this Alexa thing. I'll figure it out later. Which, by the way, I was on the phone with Amazon support for like ever trying to figure out how to do the dock system. It's like a 5-port charging system with Alexa. It's created by Amazon, and Amazon never even heard of it. They're like, what? What is this? And they cannot figure it out. So I hung up on them finally, and I just figured it out on my own. I'm like, why do I do tech support? They like, I know better than they do. It's raining again. I think it was a jab that I didn't get. Wait, what? Alexa is a spy? Yeah, probably. But what's she gonna spy on? Forrest Fenn rantings and rumblings, pretty much. So that's not. Just chilling at my desk. That's not too bad. Let me see if Street's back because he was having technical difficulties. Street, where are you? Okay, admit. Oopsies, I had him in the waiting room again. My bad, Street, my bad. I'm debating on what I want to do. Ooh, I could eat an ice cream right now while I try and decide if I want to eat the rest of my pizza or if I want to make food. I could turn it into a cooking kitchen. Or what in the blazes is, oh, okay, I think it's working now. Is it working? The shows you're on. Oh, okay, I think we got you. Are you here, Street?
Yep. What's happening?
Oh shit. You're on my hold on, let me turn it up. Oopsies.
I came
Okay,
to
say something.
Did I come through your Bluetooth to your stereo?
Yeah, you did. Hold on, let me see if everyone can hear you real fast. I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry, hold on. Can you hear Street? Let's see. Here, talk again.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test.
As long as they could hear you, I'm fine with being in the background. Okay, yeah, they could hear you, so we're good. I was playing music, but I don't know what it's doing right now. Miss Zozo, I play for reals every song you do. Yeah, I'm still looking for the perfect karaoke song for Vegas.
What did you say what was your go-to one? Wasn't it a Whitney Houston or something?
Oh God, no. No, my go-to song is Evanescence, and I'll do Call Me When You're Sober, which is a pretty darn hard one to sing as is. But another one I was thinking about entertaining, which I've never sang before, like ever, would be I think Everybody's Fool. That one's pretty cool.
I think I saw
Like
Evanescence in 2006, I think. Yeah,
like
2006 at a it was it's called Rock on the Range. They had it in Columbus. It's like 2 days of nothing but headliners, man, all day long, 2 days long.
That's so cool.
Papa Roach, Rob
I love
Zombie,
Papa Roach.
Buck Cherry, ZZ Top. They closed the whole show for the weekend. ZZ Top was a big headliner. Papa Roach was good. I liked them, man. It was the first time I'd heard them on the radio, but never really paid attention. But they put on one hell of a show back then. I think they just
I bet.
that album with the Infested, I think it was, with a cockroach on it. It has Scars and all that. Those songs. Yeah, it was a hell of a show.
Huh. That's pretty dope. I'm jealous. You know who I got to see live, and I'm so glad I saw them live. It was at I think it was Warped Tour. It was the Pretty Reckless.
Never heard of them.
You never heard of them? So did you ever watch the Grinch that had Jim Carrey in it?
Yeah.
You know the one who plays little Cindy Lou Who?
Yeah.
That's her. She grew up and started a metal band, and she's freaking amazing.
Just goes to show. Look at the crowd she hung out with, the freaking Grinch. Look how she turned out.
She's amazing. I saw her live, and when I saw her, she had goldfish in her high heels. I was like, what? Like it was like little fishing bowls were her heels. And I was like, that's real?
That's like stripper territory, ain't it? Ain't that a stripper store?
Trust me, she was dressed like a stripper, and I was like, I want to dress like her. She had like the coolest stuff.
Maybe it's a cautionary tale of Hollywood and young people. Macaulay Culkin, it seems to chew them up and spit them out, man.
I mean, I think when I saw it, I was 22 when I saw her at Warped Tour. It was like, I think the year before the final Warped Tour, if I'm not mistaken.
God, that
So,
Grinch movie is that freaking old? Back in like 90s?
oh yeah, it was so old. I don't even remember how old it is. I just know that she was really tiny at the time. Let's
Yeah,
see.
she was little, man. Couldn't have been more than 8, 9, 10 at the most.
That makes sense. Okay.
Evanescence, I do like her voice, man. She has a very hypnotic voice live.
Yeah, it's like almost opera.
And I mean, she's nice to look at too. With the
I love her in what was it? Oh my god, Going Under? Going Under, her makeup and hair are like freaking phenomenal. I always wanted to be her. I'm like, I just dyed my hair red, but I'm like, the temptation to dye it black and be her is real. But my hairstylist would kill me.
used to
So
live in
yeah, it was
German Village, Ohio. Who is that? Asterisk? Yeah, used
asterisk.
German Village. I told I think it was Copper Dan I was talking to him. He was at doing a show in Columbus downtown. I said, if you ever get the chance, it's remember that one younger guy, probably in the 30s, it was an eating challenge, and he would go all over America and like eat the you got 1 hour to eat this 10-pound hamburger. And
Oh
it was the
yeah.
younger dark hair. It was like on A&E, I think A&E or History Channel.
Yeah, it was like the Travel Channel or something for Food Network.
Yeah, yeah. Anyhow, this guy went there, and there's a it's a neighborhood. German Village is like a little neighborhood in within itself, and shops, art galleries. It's a really unique area. And this restaurant has a sandwich called the Terminator. And you can't bite it, man. You can't. Yeah, you got to like cut it up with a knife. And well, yeah, German Village. If you lived in German Village, you know the little bar I'm talking about.
Hmm, that sounds interesting. I never know how to set up the features where it shows both people talking. I think it's, I don't
Up
know
at
if
the
it's,
you on your phone.
yeah,
I think on my laptop, it's that box up at the top right where it says gallery view, speaker view. If you hit the top right,
I don't have that on my phone. You see, no, like at the top right, I don't have that. I have the speaker, I have the flip camera, and then I have the exit out. So I have to go on the bottom.
well, I
Uh,
have mine set on gallery and I'm a participant and I'm seeing both of us. I look down at my phone at chat and yeah, it's just a speaker. Make me the host real quick. I'll change it.
okay. Gonna
Her
kick me out of my
famous,
own.
those will be your famous last words. Okay.
There you go. You're now host. Oh no. Drunk with power, everyone.
And goodbye to you and block you.
You know what's funny? I think your channel gets more views than I do now.
There,
I don't have my platform power anymore.
I just changed it on my end. Nope, it's still speaker. It must be in your suites or whatever they call it. Settings.
I tried that too. I mean, it shouldn't be able to do it when you're the host. Let's
There you go.
see.
I thought I could do it at the top right. Apparently, it's only my view.
Read
It's in
upon
settings.
entry. Okay, show name, show non-video participants, show self view. Should I take off self view?
Is there any other choices with the self view category?
No.
Yeah, take off self view. See what that does.
Let me see. Oh, it doesn't show me. I don't think. Let me see.
Oop! I just saw two of us at the same time just a second ago.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I gotta go back and fix it. What
You
is
hit
going on?
you hit something just like 15 seconds ago when I looked down at the phone. Both of us was on the screen.
What the heck? Where's my okay? Gosh, no, no. The meeting settings. Going back to show self view. There you go. That's for me. Yeah, I don't know how to
INFJ.
do it.
INFJ, like I said, on my laptop, I can change the view to just, I can see both of us on my view. You can change it individually, or Candy can set it to, right now it's on speaker for whatever, wherever that setting is. Oh, worked when I changed it? Oh, make me host again.
Hold on.
I didn't let it ride long enough. There's that delay, man.
There you go. You are now host again.
Okay. Damn, spend a half an hour on some simple fucking little task, man. Here we go. Let's see.
That's how
Okay,
I felt today when I was trying
there's
to figure things
speaker,
out.
and here's
I don't know what I'm
gallery.
doing.
Let's see. Let's give it a few seconds. See what that does. There we go.
Did you know Troy came on for a little bit last night? He was talking about your conversation you guys had.
Yeah, I didn't catch it last night. I watched some of it today. Yeah.
I was
Well,
like kind of shocked.
it given the time frame with no answers, it all started with whoever started the belief that he found something in San Lazaro. It was linked to the FBI watch, and then blah blah. And then you took it and ran down to Cozumel and Spain and all the connections and Harvard and the Kodaks. I just remember, I don't know where I heard it. So it was something was found at San Lazaro, something of great significance, and for whatever reasons, given the circumstance and the atmosphere, he didn't feel comfortable releasing it himself, so he created this treasure hunt. Do you remember hearing about who started the idea of, it's that one thing in the chest that the only thing he's going to say is he don't want to talk about it? And I was saying I believe he found something at San Lazaro.
Well, I believe, again, the codex that was discovered, the Broiler Codex, it led back to San Lazaro, right?
You're going to have to turn your mic up or move closer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now.
Oh, how lame. I can't lay back in my chair? How rude.
Can you turn your volume up any higher?
I tried. It's not working. It's weird.
You want to spend a half an hour trying to fix that?
Pretty much. I mean, I could just like turn the Bluetooth off on my Alexa and then just go through my phone. Does this voice sound, or does this like audio sound better than the one I usually do?
I don't know. I'm getting kind of echoey. Not echoey, but like fishbowly like.
Okay, let me turn this one off. Hold on. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
There you go. That was real good.
Can you hear me?
Yep, that's good right there.
Oops. What did I do? What did I do? Hold on. Okay, say something.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, but it sounds really weird. But now at least I could run away from my corner and not get shut down. No, so like the two things that were discovered at San Lazaro Pueblo was the emerald ring and then the plate. And the plate was examined and basically researched by Rick Voshki, right? He's the one that Fenn went to originally for the chest. And he found out and determined that that plate, you can buy the story on it for like, I think $5 or something on Kindle. It came from the Atosha. Isn't that fascinating?
So that means on their trip there, whoever got off and went up to the Pueblo got off the Atosha in the Gulf, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Atosha was, refresh my memory, wasn't there a big treasure found by, who was that? Mel
Fisher. Mel Fisher.
Yeah.
And it just so happens Dan Barbarisi, when he was writing Chasing the Thrill, he decided he had to have an entire huge middle section dedicated to Mel Fisher and the discovery of the Etosha. I wonder why. Is that interesting to have Mel Fisher and the discovery of the Etosha in a book written about the chasing the thrill? And he's had access to the treasure. He's had access to the olive jar, or at least, peeking between it or whatever. And he's had access to Jack Stoof and Forrest Fenn.
Interesting.
Yeah, very much so.
Is it possible the Etosha docked someplace in the Gulf? A bunch of people got off. They ended up in San Lazaro, and then the Etosha left there and sunk?
Yeah, so George Fisher, the one that's like all over on Rick Kavashki's website and blog, it talks about how George Fisher was, he had political ties with Texas and Mexico, especially Cozumel, because he purchased half of Cozumel. He wanted to purchase the entire island, but they wouldn't let him. So he ended up purchasing half of it. And he was also looking for Aztlan, also known as the Seven Cities of Gold. And so he ended up teaming up with, oh my God, I forgot his other name, the guy that's inspired to be the real life story of Indiana Jones. He teamed up with him, and together they were the ones that helped discover the Palace of Palenque. And the Palace of Palenque is the one that they ended up, once they found the Temple of the Moon Goddess over in Cozumel because of the Broiler Codex, they discovered there was a hidden tomb inside the room of inscriptions, and they discovered the King Pakel. So then that was what gave them the name of the San Lazaro. Obviously, it was called something else at the time. I can't remember what it was called. It's like too hard to remember, but it was originally called something else, and then it got switched to be changed to call San Lazaro. So when you read the story that Rick wrote in regards to that plate that was discovered by Forrest Fenn, if I'm not mistaken, it talks about the family, the crest seal on the back of the plate. And what's fascinating is that the story of the Etosha, and they kind of like play this up in the movie Fool's Gold. Like, it's one of my favorite movies. And the way they find that treasure is by the stamp mark on a plate. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And so George Fisher, the one that ran all this, he was in charge of the maps for the movement of the Etosha and other ships. He had all that information. So you're curious, because if you look at it, George Fisher was a blood relative of Mel Fisher, right? And I also connected Fenn to this bloodline too. But Mel Fisher had the maps, I'm assuming, that George Fisher had that identified exactly where the Etosha sank. And that could explain why Mel Fisher spent 15, almost 16 years in the same damn spot in the middle of the ocean in Florida, looking for the Etosha and finally finding it.
Were you ever able to see the logs? The logs of where the Etosha sailed and all? How many trips it took?
Yeah, I actually have the book. I bought it. It was like $10. I bought it online, and it's written by the actual family, the Fisher family. And it has everything to ever know about George Fisher. And he was a Freemason. He was like one of the first Freemasons, and he started up a Masonic lodge. He was higher than a 33rd degree Mason too. He was like way higher up. And it talks about all these secrets. It talks about the loggings for the ships. Like, it's kind of crazy. So I haven't been able to read all of it just yet. I was like, at first I was kind of indecisive about it, but after, reading more stuff and finding more connections, I'm like, oh, this is definitely the connection I needed. So it, I believe it talks about the area for San Lazaro too, but it's, I forgot what it's called. It's called something else. And like when you go online to look for it again, it's like hard to find the original name because everything gets like misinterpreted. But yeah, he was looking for the White City, just like Preston, just like Fenn, also known as Aztlan. So it's interesting that San Lazaro had a ring, an emerald ring, and a plate that matched up directly with the Etosha.
That's insane.
Yeah. And yet people say I'm crazy because I'm keep pulling, like I keep saying, oh, it's all about Cozumel. And they're like, what are you talking about? No, 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 no. What are your thoughts about the maps they sent you on how Salt Lake City area of Utah could have been the epicenter of the 7 cities of gold? Kiwi, I looked into that. I actually believe the epicenter of the original 7 cities of gold, aka Aztlan, was the Sea of Galilee. So, yeah, it's the Sea of Galilee, and they kept moving it. That's the point. Is it started? If I'm not mistaken, it started in the Sea of Galilee, right in Israel. If I'm not mistaken, is it Israel or is it? I think it's Israel, right?
The Sea of Galilee?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it starts there, and then they ended up migrating for, because if you look up the mythology behind the Maya and that one god, the serpent bird,
Quetzalcoatl?
yeah, something.
Yeah.
I will never be able to pronounce that, but
No.
if you look at the mythology on that one, it talks about how they started from where the original spot was and they ended up having to move because they were getting pushed out by the men and stuff, right? And so they moved forever until they came across that god. They were told to look for that specific god, and when they found it they had to stop. And so it started in Israel, and then it moved on to what's now Mexico, right? And what's fascinating is wait, was it Mexico? It started from, okay, it was Israel, Mexico, then Mexico to uh New Mexico, pretty much like the area of New Mexico and the San Lazaro area, Mesa Verde. There we go. So Israel, Mexico, Mesa Verde, and then from Mesa Verde they went to the Amazon, which was, Honduras that Douglas Preston speaks of.
That's Central America.
Is that Central America? Then why did
Yeah.
they talk about the Amazon? Because they said that once they agreed to put the story out there, they agreed to change it some, and they said they decided to change the story to the Amazon. And then the real discovery that Preston made of the White City, also known as the lost city of the monkey god, it was in where did I just say?
Honduras?
No, not on Earth. Fuck, what was it? I'm totally having a blank. Where did I just say it was located? You said it was. Oh my god. I researched so much, I'm forgetting stuff. Like I couldn't even remember Greek mythology last night. Honduras, there we go. So he actually really discovered the lost city of the monkey god in 2007 in Honduras, right? But what's really fascinating, and what I noticed, and I'm waiting for other people to connect the dots about, is Forrest went to Douglas Preston with his story in like 2001 or something like that. And if the whole story is centered around the White City, like the books talk about and everything else, how the heck did they know about the White City and everything else like that, but only discover it in 2007?
Impenetrable jungles.
Well, it's just fascinating because he like Preston did admit that he was following the journal of the cartographer's journal of Coronado. And then there was that other explorer too that went after Coronado looking for it, and he ended up getting murdered because people didn't want him finding stuff. And again, I said this last night with Troy on the line, but I don't think he like knew how to connect it. You know how Douglas Preston wrote the Monster of Venice?
Nope. I'm
It's
not familiar with any of his books, just the Kodaks.
So I think it was called The Monster of Venice. And it was a story he wrote because he teamed up with the CIA to catch a killer. And so he worked with the CIA to profile and do all this other stuff. But what I found when I was looking into it is that the woman who was murdered from the Monster of Venice, she had an association with the other guy who recently got murdered, looking for the same information on the White City. So it was really freaky to find that pattern. And I'm like, oh, okay. 2 people have been murdered so far in quest for this city. Like, what the hell?
Well, I was talking like Troy indicated. We talked for about 3-4 hours the other day, and I thought everyone remembers the story. I think it was in a scrapbook he did or a release wherever I read it. And it was like I'm saying, but in between probably 2016 and 2018, I came across this. He
Yeah.
talked about him and his wife taking a vacation down to the Amazon and their dog back home. I forget which dog it was, Bip or Tuscany or whatever, got hurt, got hit by a car or something, ran away from home and
Oh yeah.
got hit, and him and Peggy had to rush back and cancel or like stop their. But they were in the Amazon. Amazon, like Troy indicated, that's a lucky guess is Brazil. That's where the majority of the Amazon, and it kind of goes back. Well, the conqueror you talked about that first hit there, they hit South America, and the ink, whatever they held that king ransom, and the people, whether it was Incas or Aztecs, I think it was Inca, but they thought they were the gods returning because they were fair complected and bearded, just like Quetzalcoatl. That they looked just like him, so they worshiped him. And then I think it was that Cortez who did that. He said, listen, you fill this cell of gold where we're holding your king, and we'll release him. And they fucking filled it, and then he killed him anyhow and slaughtered everybody. Was that Cortez?
Yeah, that was Cortez. It was Hernan Cortez, right?
Well, in that area, and they knew how impenetrable the jungle was, and they kept talking about this the city of gold, El Dorado. They'd like send them into the fucking jungle, hoping the jungle would eat them. And then all of a sudden, it's that 7 city stories.
Yeah, so the thing is, the stories, it's still the same thing. It just changes name each time it switches location. So it started off as Aztlan in the Sea of Galilee. And is it Galilee or Galilee?
Galilea.
It's Galilea?
Galilee.
Oh, it is Galilee.
The town is Galilea, and it's the Sea of Galilea. The Galileo. Yeah, Galileo.
I'm like, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Hold on. Galilea is a city back then. Galileo was the sea.
But it's spelled with double E's. That's why I thought it was pronounced Galilee or Galilee. That's weird. But yeah, so Hernan Cortez was one of the people looking for it via the Aztecs. Then you have Coronado, who went looking for it. And then Preston teamed up with Michael Kremner and Forrest looking for it back in the early 90s or something. That's why he wrote the book, Cities of Gold. Like, I just sit here sometimes and I think, am I losing my ever-loving mind? Because I'm not fabricating this. This isn't like, a fiction of my imagination. It's 100% fact. Douglas Preston went looking for the 7 Cities of Gold. Fenn was helping freaking fund it and support it with the maps he had from the books he had. And then Michael Kremner was the one funding the entire trip. And Preston wrote an entire book on this and then other books following up. And ever since he wrote the story, Cities of Gold, he has been obsessed with San Lazaro and the surrounding area. And after that, he became obsessed with the White City, also known as Aztlan, which is the original story of mythology for the 7 Cities of Gold. So it's like, why do people sit here and think I'm absolutely bonkers when I'm telling them this whole story on the Codex is based on the actual Codex, the Broiler Codex that was discovered the same time Skippy disappeared. Didn't he die in 79?
78, 79, yeah, somewhere around
I think it was 79. And if I'm not mistaken, because I remember when I was researching this, I almost fell out of my chair and I was like, that's the same year Skippy died. Like, what the hell? Because some like gravediggers discovered the Broiler Codex right in between Cozumel and Quantanamo or whatever. Quintanaroo. So between Cozumel and Quintanaroo, this was discovered. And it was sold to the highest bidder. Doesn't that sound like Forrest Fenn to you? They said it was discovered by gravediggers for one. And the codex was sold to the highest bidder. And that person put it on display in the Broiler Club. And Mexico, the government of Mexico were like, oh, this ain't going to fly. We're taking the shit back. So they went to go take it, but before they could take it, there was like 20 pages of the codex that just went missing. And to this day, no one knows where those 20 pages are. They're just like totally MIA. And in Preston's book, The Codex, he says at the end that those missing pages of the codex are in the treasure chest itself. Like, why would he say that?
Yeah.
Like,
I want to clarify something before I comment on that. Kiwi's correct. They told him of an El Dorado, a city built of gold. The buildings were gold, and they sent him out. But the 7 cities of gold had just as much gold as the city he just sacked, and it was tremendous amount of gold. But I think it's whatever race, I think it's Incas, whatever that story was. They tried to send them into the fucking jungle, thinking there's a city that's actually all the buildings and everything. It's not that. It's just the 7 cities of gold has a tremendous amount of gold in each of them. It's not built from gold, but they have tremendous amount of gold. So there is I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
It's interesting, all the connections. We start out with stories, and every story, especially from old people, every story has a moral to it, a lesson in it. That's why they remember them. That's why they're stories, man. They learn something, or there's a moral to it. We hear the story of the Amazon, and then Central America with Preston. It's all the same group here. They're all rubbing shoulders. They're rubbing shoulders outside in the academic world. They have logs, and it leads them straight up. Like Kiwi said, the Mayans, a lot of the documentaries I've been watching are thinking, and they're leaning towards the Mayans it wasn't an internal revolt, it was a drought. It's just all their whatever they called those oralos or whatever they are, the little caves that hold the water. They all dropped out, and they dispersed, and they went north. And to this day, there's no accepted proof that the Mayans ever reached North America. I mean, above Mexico, North America, the United States.
According to Preston, they made it from there, and they ended up going to Honduras. So
yeah, well, the story goes it's, and all that culture and that technology was all in that area, man, and the gold. And ironically, the god Quetzalcoatl, his story, the story of the Mayans, is no different than the Bible. There's a great catastrophe on this planet, a flooding, whatever.
Zozo says it's pronounced Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl. Okay. Quetzalcoatl. From this point on, if I say it wrong, y'all, I'll say the feathered serpent god.
Quetzalcoatl.
But it all leads up to San Lazaro.
Yep.
And think about it, if they're progressing from the south north, all the settlements, the southern part of America would be the oldest settlements. They would go there, and then slowly years later branch out late. And yeah, I agree, they could have went all the way up to Salt Lake. I think they could have went. Some have suggested they even went as far as Kansas.
Yeah, that's where they originally think it went. When Coronado went looking, he got sent. He tortured. He tortured like a lot of the Pueblo Indians and everything when he got to the Santa Fe area. And they finally told him, go to Kansas, leave here, go to Kansas. So they ended up going to Kansas, didn't find anything. So then he gave up, and he ended up, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Coronado ended up screwing up royally, and he lost all his money, was pretty much bedridden, and died of some fucked up disease. If I can remember correctly reading that stuff, because I was like, this guy fucked up really bad, really, really bad. So
Moisturize says he agrees with Kiwi. Kiwi, I agree with Preston. They died from disease and thought the gods fell out of favor with them, so they abandoned their great cities. Think about it. That doesn't make sense to me. If your culture is all sick and dying, you wouldn't run away and try to build another thing you're less people. They're sick. You're not going to go off and build another freaking city.
Well, that's what they did though.
Huh?
They did though. They built other cities. It's always passed on. Like the whole point is to pass it on. So when things start getting interesting is when it goes from it's mainly Spain. You know, the Spaniards were always like looking for the seven cities of gold and everything. It wasn't necessarily the seven cities they were looking for. They were looking for divine consciousness and the wisdom that the Mayan Empire held. And for a prime example, the Royler Codex showed the different phases of Venus, I believe, and how they would use those phases to interpret and read the coming catastrophes. Why can I not talk today? I don't know why I can't talk today. Catastrophes. There we go. Catastrophes, because I am educated.
Catastrophes? Is that what you said? Those damn catastrophes.
Celestial events.
Did you expect us to say Quetzalcoatl? What the hell, man?
I cannot mouth words right now because I have been researching so much. I actually fell asleep last night researching more about the Queen of Sheba and her secret love child with King Solomon. Because for some reason last night it was brought up about the Shamir again, and then people were wanting to know more about it. And I was like, oh yeah, they believe that the Shamir, aka the Ark of the Covenant, got taken by their secret love child back to like Africa or something.
Ethiopia. I think he became king of Ethiopia.
Yeah, which is the queen that I'm named after, actually. I'm named after the Queen of Ethiopia.
And Ethiopia, if I'm not mistaken, claims to have the original Ark of the Covenant out in the middle of nowhere. And mysteriously, they have a priest guard that does it for life, and they all die of radiation poisoning.
Yeah, that's where the love child of the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon's kid went. They like, it's rumored in mythology that, you know, there was Solomon had his like legitimate child, and they gave a fake Ark of the Covenant to that kid, and then they gave the actual real Ark of the Covenant to their secret love child, because like no one really knew they had a child to begin with. And so that child is the one that took like their people and ended up going to Africa / Ethiopia. And that's why they so strongly stand behind the fact that they've got the Ark of the Covenant there, and you don't want to fuck with it.
Isn't Ethiopia the same country that has those magnificent temples that's built down off ground, down into the rock? They build it down, not up. I think that's Ethiopia too.
Maybe
they're shaped like a cross.
There's so many, like, what's the one that I was researching recently, and they claim they have the one true holy grail. It's not Spain. It's not in Spain. It's somewhere else. They claim they have it. It's this one church, and I'm like, what the heck? What was it? I don't remember. But my whole point of all of this is, like Forrest, he was very, very interested in the seven cities of gold. In his original postings on his blog before the chase ever existed, it was actually posted in 2001. The same time he admitted to going to Preston and asking him to write his memoir. So he ended up telling him everything. So it starts in 2001. He goes to Preston, tells him his entire life story. Preston's like, okay, writes the freaking codex off of it, because he's like, I'm not going to write your memoir, but I'll write a book based off of it and then get movie rights to it. Like, what? And then right after that, it shows one of his most favorite books of all time. Forrest put on his blog. You could use a Wayback Machine to find this. He says Cities of Gold is his favorite book ever, like of all time. Cities of Gold, written by Douglas Preston. And he went out of his way to delete all of that. By the time we had the Thrill of the Chase launched and the vlogs and everything, he went completely out of his way to erase any of that leading back to anything. Don't you think that's weird?
Makes perfect sense. Cover your tracks.
Exactly. So you've got the book, The Secrets of San Lazaro, that was originally written by Rick. Rick is like the 100% expert when it comes to Spain and Cozumel. Like, he knows everything. Then you got Dale. Dale was the one that was on the boats with Creighton trying to find something out in Uruguay. Like what? Uruguay? Uruguay. Okay, there we go. Uruguay. And they discovered the Salvador. And Forrest gave me the coins from that shipwreck and the buttons, or not the buttons, the marbles and stuff. I was reading about that in the scrapbook that Granny provided me with. And the scrapbook and the article on the ship discovery of Creighton and Dale and all them is called Tesoro. So it's like, I don't know who's behind the new, auction LLC, but having the auction be called, or the LLC being named Tesoro, that's like a little too close to comfort. It's like a story again to everything that keeps leading up, keeps going back to Cozumel, keeps coming back to San Lazaro. The last book that Forrest had his name on before TTOTC was The Secrets of San Lazaro's Pueblo.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me if you step back and look at the big picture of it all. And Shiloh indicating patience and epicness will happen. What better? And the chest is no longer the treasure is no longer on the table, but we're all around for answers. So guess what? I think we're going to find an answer.
Yeah, but do you think he'll be able to break something that like historic?
Shiloh?
Well, it's just interesting because, his grandfather was the one that was doing all the excavations and the archaeological discoveries and stuff like that. I don't really know Shiloh being associated with any archaeological discoveries just yet.
Wouldn't he be the number one candidate, being Forrest's right-hand man?
Well, yes, to an extent.
Knows the most about it and knows what to do with it. Yeah, keep it in the family.
Well, that's the thing, though. I think it's still meant to be kept secret. Like, you've got one false narrative. There's a treasure chest that you had to find in the Rockies, use 9 clues to discover where it leads. There you go. But the whole way I was able to unlock everything that I talk about all the time, to the point people think I'm like hired to be a part of this conspiracy, because they're like, how do you know so much? It's like, I swear I'm not hired on. I do not work for anybody. I just did what everyone else refused to do. I started with the motif of the chest. Like, you have to start with that piece in particular. And over the years, I slowly chipped away and cracked and understood the narrative of what was being told. And again, I sound like an absolute crazy person, but I'm aware I sound crazy. But that chest motif is part of a 12th, like it goes all the way back to the 12th century. The 12th century, a secret keepers called the Mincingers and the Mincingers and the Troubadours. And Bavetta, who's like a robot in and of himself, already was able to tap back to the actual origin point of Fenn's chest itself. And it was this little town in Germany. And when I found that information out, I was able to trace back the actual bloodline. And I found the artist, I found the maker, I found everything. I found that there's in total 3 chests identical to the one that he has. There's 3 that really exist in the world. And I found out it links to Wolfram von Echtenbach. It's called 2 names. It was originally called the White City, but it's also known as, oh my God, what was it called? It's the 7 vices and virtues for, the battle of mankind's soul. I'd have to go back to my screenshots to like give the title of it, but it's super crazy. And when you research about this, it tells you about the war between, Spain and how they were trying to like obtain all the gold from the Maya and stuff. It talks about that. And it leads you strictly to the book written by Wolfram von Echtenbach called Parzival. And it's like a step-by-step feature on what to do and what's going on. And once you unlock all of that, then you find other books, other historians, other PhDs and archaeological discoveries leading right back to it. It's like absolutely insane, but it's like, I'm not making this up. This is actually online. You can find it. It's real. And it's just tripping me out because no one else cares about it. I'm like, all you need to do is research the chess motif. It gives you the story of Cozumel. It gives you the story of the Maya. It gives you the story of everything, and what Fenn's up to. 100%.
Okay, so if, and we'll start with the premise, if the purpose of this treasure hunt was to release something he had found at San Lazaro, for whatever reason, too much heat on him, whatever the reason, he came up with this treasure hunt looking for a specific person, because the person would solve would probably, that means the poem is looking for a specific personality and traits. Okay. Now, there's only two options here. If that's the case, and we're talking epicness, the truth coming out, and worldwide truth type information, excuse me, then there's only two people that could release it, the solver or Shiloh.
Yeah, and I think Jack Steve opted out.
He was just I'm taking the premise that he's a front man. I don't even equate him into this. He was just a necessary evil.
Necessary evil. Now you're saying is necessary evil?
I like that phrase ever since I heard Forrest saying, like, fuck, I'm going to use that a lot.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Necessary evil. That's the only two options we have here, if that's the premise and if that's what the big picture is.
Well, so another thing that continuously just like weighs on my mind sometimes is, okay, so Zozo saying in chat, this has been discussed before, right? So the only thing that's been discussed in the past was, what was his name? Oh my God. Roger Sherman Loomis. Roger Sherman Loomis was a historian, a professor, a renowned professor. I believe he had links to Harvard. He's the first person to actually record and illustrate the chest itself. And Stephanie 30acre found this book and reached out to Forrest and was like, look, I found your chest. And Forrest confirmed with Stephanie that that chest that is being written about by Wolfram von Echternbach was in fact the very chest he owned. And so the reason why it's so drastically important is because Roger Sherman Loomis spent his entire life, and his family were also associated with this. They spent their entire life researching the Grail based on mythology and lore throughout history. Okay. So it would go from Celtic to Persian to, Incan, like every type of story you could think of in mythology, they would research and they would find the connections to it pertaining to Grail lore. And they weren't talking about like the Holy Trinity, not the Holy Grail. It was what is called the Grail, completely different. And it even explains that in the story Parzival. And so he wrote this entire thing on the chess motif. He has it in full color and everything. And he talks about, oh, there's a tapestry that chills in this castle in Germany. That's an exact replica of it, right? That castle and that bloodline family are the exact same place that Bavetta was able to retrace this to, because he found the other information on it. I found it a long time ago, and it was like an old Gothic German text, and I did not know how to translate it. He was able to translate it. And so it tells you even more stories. So it's so fascinating that Roger Sherman Loomis ends up getting his hands on this chest, writes all about it, talks about how it is specifically associated with the Grail. And then people are still like, oh no, it's not about the Grail. No, the Grail is the same concept as the Seven Cities of Gold, Atlan. It's the same mythology, just rewritten from another person's point of view and told as something else. So, you've got the cornucopia, you've got the Philosopher's Stone, you have the Fountain of Youth, you have the Cities of Gold, you have Cibola, you have Axland, you have Ambrosia, known as Nectar of the Gods, you have the one emerald. Like, there's so many different variations, but it's all the same darn thing. And Roger Sherman Loomis, a very renowned historian, dedicated his entire life to Grail mythology, had Fenn's chest and was like, hey, this is another story of the Grail. Like, how do you explain that?
It all makes sense to me. And every day and every time I hear something new and something from the past, it clicks, and it's like it just keeps piling up, and it all leads back to the same premise. It
Yeah.
does. The emerald ring. I have a question, and I'll answer it first. I'll answer my own question first.
Oh no.
How many of you in chat? There's 47 of you. If you care to vote, yes or no, simple yes or no. How many of you believe the premise of the Thrill the Chase and the poem is because Forrest found the lost city of Atlantis in Colorado?
Oh no.
Say no. I believe it was something from St. Lazarus. So I say no.
I don't know how to respond to that. I don't want to trigger anyone.
No, it don't matter. Smoking Joe's always, they can't handle the truth, always in saying, "I'll just stir in the pot." Well, Smoking Joe, I asked a question to the crowd. How many? I said no. I do not believe the premise of the poem was to lead you to the lost city of Atlantis in Colorado. Don't believe that.
Well, I think what Bill discovered is something profound. You can blatantly see there are figurines and faces, like he says. It's not just pareidolia. I see it. But it's just so sad and heartbreaking to see him flip out on people if you don't fully understand what he's trying to tell you. And I mean, don't get me wrong, Bill is so smart. He's extremely profoundly smart, but he doesn't talk to people the way he should. He should, like break it down and try and explain it in more detail instead of, cussing us out, saying all these messed up things to us because we're just sitting here like, I don't know the research you've been doing. Like I had to spend years slowly trying to reiterate time and time again what I'm on the path of and what I've been discovering. And I get it. It's frustrating as hell because it's like, one, I know everyone's not in my mind. Two, people didn't spend 6 to 7 years like I have researching all of this and breaking it down and slowly connecting it pattern by pattern. I understand that. And so in order to get your point across, you can't yell at people. You can't be like, well, fuck you for not listening to me. You got to slowly educate people and walk them through step by step. And if you have to go back and reiterate, that's what you're going to have to do. But no, I don't think this has anything to do with being the true solver. Like if you understood the whole concept of why this was even built, you would know it's not about being the finder. It's about understanding the puzzle that's supposed to be solved.
Well, I'll add on, Spoken Joe. As you can see, there's a lot of no's. This happens to be a group talking tonight on whether they agree or not. We're talking on the path that we believe this takes. We're not yelling and screaming at each other, calling each other fucking idiots and shit. We're discussing it. Now, every time I see groups like this, Smoking Joe, you're in here promoting someone else's beliefs and saying people can't, they're stupid, they can't handle the truth, they're going to be sorry. I'm not going to be, just like Davey B said the other night to you, I'm not going to be sorry about nothing. But apparently you're not wise enough to realize, or maybe you are wise enough to realize what you're doing here. You're doing nothing, man, but making a fool out of yourself. This is a group discussing this. If you want to talk about what we are, great. But to sit and promote, go to Bill's channel if you want to promote him. People who want to listen to Bill's views, they'll go to his channel. It's real simple. There's no monopoly on freaking channels. Anyone can open up and do a live and talk about any topic they want. I just don't see why you keep wasting your time making a fool of yourself, man, in chats. I don't get it. God, you need a ladder to hit that cabinet above the fridge, don't you?
What?
I said you need a ladder to climb in that cabinet above the fridge, don't you?
No, I'm tall. See?
Oh shit. Okay. Got it.
I'm 5'9". Ha ha ha. So I'm going to create a slow cooker meal because I'm being a weirdo and I feel like it's a good idea to execute this while we discuss more crazy stuff that people will probably never want to comprehend. But it's kind of fun because it's like we got our own little group of people that really do understand and know what it's about. And then you have others that are just like, no, where's warm water towel? I want the answer. Good day.
I couldn't. Why would you want to go into chat rooms when they're talking about, and you know damn well that their viewpoint is in one direction, or that's the topic they're talking? Why would you want to go in and purposely disrupt with something else? I don't. Instead of questioning the things that's being talked about, you just have to blatantly, and bigotry comes to mind, not accepting other people's opinions and only believing in your own. Kind of borders on narcissism, man. I mean, look at what a waste. What a waste of time, man. I come here to talk, or any live I go to, I come to like discuss, hang out, listen to other viewpoints. Not everyone agrees. I don't. What a waste, man. I'll stop it there. I just had to get it off my chest. What a waste.
Wait. Hold on, sorry. Ah, the potatoes do not want to come out.
You're not gonna tell us your recipe while you're cooking. Is that Idaho potatoes?
It's or Ida frozen.
Yeah.
The Brian.
That's what I meant, for Ida.
Oh my God. Hold
on. Yeah, Lucky Digger. I remember Michael O'Houlihan or something. It was an Irish name. Yeah. Last I heard, and I feel bad saying, but last I heard, his wife wasn't doing too good, man.
Who?
Michael O'Houlihan. I'm Michael O something O'Houlihan from he was a cop from, I think, Boston. Yeah, I remember going on Dave Calby's with him a lot, man. He would go on K-Pros a lot.
Yeah, he's the old retired detective, right?
Yeah.
Why do they make it impossible to find the freaking throwaway date? Like, toss by this time. It's like they can't make it where you could just find it.
I hate when it's so blurred you can't freaking read it, man. Where it looks like the bag was rippled up or something. You can't read it.
Yeah, pretty much. This is gonna be a pain in my ass.
His contact information. No. If someone said his name, Michael O'Houlihan or whatever, you could probably look on Facebook or something.
Michael O'Hoole?
Michael O'Hoole. Yeah, Michael O'Hoole.
This is such a pain in the ass. Why did I think about doing this? I'm special on so many levels.
I'm almost positive I can remember back during that time, 2019 or so, he had a YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, I remember watching his videos.
Wait, that's
I think the last video I saw, he was sitting out on his back porch. It's been a long time ago. He's sitting out on, it looks like his back porch.
Isn't Michael Hoole MEH?
It is O'Donnell, Michael O'Donnell.
O'Donnell?
My apologies. I was a Houlihan. O'Donnell, Michael O'Donnell. Yep. Yeah, not MEH. He was in Japan.
Yeah. I'm like afraid I'm gonna chop my finger off, so I'm like delicately approaching this. Debating if I should save the other ones or, oh my God, why did you not cut closer?
It reminds me of the original Saturday Night Live cast. Dan Aykroyd was impersonating Julia Childs, and he cut the chicken, and blood was just gushing out of his finger. I mean, it was like gallons of it. He was like, "Save the liver, save all, bill a week now," and just I'm talking. Candy, it's gallons is just going everywhere, man.
That's nasty.
YouTube it when you get a chance. It's fun. Save the liver, Dan Aykroyd. Freaking hilarious, man.
I'm like being careful because I'm klutzy and I'm like, I'm not about this shit. So knowing my luck, like I got around.
Yeah, Lucky, he had a YouTube channel. He made videos. I remember watching it one time. It was funny as hell. Probably 2018, and he was in his cop car out on patrol. He's like, I really shouldn't be doing this, but I got something on my mind. You guys know how it is. And he did it like yeah, it was funny as hell, man.
He did that once when he was on my panel. He came on my panel a couple of times, and he was in his truck, and he was just like chilling. I remember that. That was funny.
Yeah, I did like the ones when he was like on duty and doing it. I mean, think about it. He's got a career. If there's like political unrest, he could get fired and lose his retirement from shit like that, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Well, Smoking Joe, thank you for that. Bon Barrage. Appreciate it. Good looking out, man.
For that marvelous production.
Atheists will burn in the end. Thank you. Thank you for that, Bon Barrage.
I know who that is. I know who our secret person is now. There's no doubt.
They followed up with Davey is delusional. We argued last night. Okay. All right.
So rude. Oh, Street, did I tell you? I think it was for Christmas Eve or something. I was going to make some pasta, right? Like I have this one pasta that I love to make, but it takes a while. So I was like making it. And then at the last second, I'm like, you know what? I want to add some Creole seasoning. That sounds pretty good, right? So I'm like trying to sprinkle just the tiniest pinch. The whole fucking lid fell off and it all landed in my fucking pasta.
There's two options. You can hurry up and scoop out as much or add more ingredients. Two options.
I tried the more ingredients and it was so salty I couldn't eat it. I was so pissed.
You should have done the scoop then.
Yeah, it was all over. It was really like I don't know. I have nightmares of it. So I'm gonna try this one. Oh, you know what? I think I might add some chili oil. Chili oil. Even though this chili oil is a bitch to fucking use. Okay, so now we got some garlic infused oil up in here. Yeah.
Olive oil.
Garlic infused olive oil.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Is it extra virgin olive oil?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm no monster. Okay, I'm afraid of this thing on so many levels. Okay, I'm gonna hold.
If people aren't familiar with olive oil, extra virgin is really light. It's light colored, light tasting. If you get just regular cold squeezed, I think, or cold pressed olive oil, man, it tastes like, personally, I think it's like dirt, man. You're sticking your tongue in dirt. It's just strong and earthy tasting to me.
Strong and earthy tasting.
Yes, very earthy, man. Too earthy for me.
That's funny. I got crunchy garlic chili sauce. It's like a chili oil. Adding a bunch of this in here. Oh yeah. See if I could stir this up a bit. The potatoes. I mash them, stick them in a stew. You know, from Lord of the Rings.
No.
Lord of the Rings nerd over here. Where's Nick? I need Nick. He understands. The part where Samwise is like, potatoes. Fry them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Where the hell? I think I need to add more liquid for sure. More liquid. More liquid. Much better. Liquid. Add some tangy creaminess to it. Yeah. You know, I've done this a few times where I go live and I just randomly decide to cook something and then you guys are stuck watching it. Like Candy's in the kitchen again.
It's better than just staring at a blank screen and I got to talk to the audience. Not that I don't mind talking to the audience.
I think this is as good as I can get it right now. So I think I'm just gonna accept defeat, or maybe I'll just add a little bit more of this. Just not too much because it's salty as fuck. Okay, so gonna have okay, I'm gonna have that chilling for a bit. I'll put this in the fridge. Everybody's probably gonna be like, why the fuck is there a hot dog like ripped to smithereens? Because I am a strange one. Okay, almost done. Almost done. I don't think I need anything else for that. Just gotta throw this away and then clean this. Cross contamination. Where's Galaxy? Wasn't he in here earlier?
Yeah, when I was trying to get on the first, yeah, I tried to get on the first time. I forgot all about it. It said I needed updates, man, and it like booted me back off.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird. That is very strange. Okay, so I have this on high. I'm gonna go get this in like 3 hours maybe. So it's 7, 8, 9, like 9:30. Look at my fireball. I haven't touched it since Friday night. That was a really dumb decision on my part, not gonna lie.
I'm gonna be Snoopy. Is that toilet paper or paper towels above your head?
Oh, it's paper towels.
Okay.
I stashed my plethora of toilet paper underneath my bathroom sink, and trust me, it's a plethora or plethora.
Well, I was gonna run with a joke. Wow, COVID did traumatize you, didn't it? Remember the shortage of toilet paper during early COVID?
Yes, that's why I thought it was funny. But you know what I ended up doing? So the day DJ dumped me, and it was finally dawning on me, I was like, shit, I gotta like be an adult now. Because he used to always go to like Costco, and he was the one that would pick out the toilet paper and the paper towels and make sure we always had that stuff. I would just be like with him, standing next to him, but not really doing it. And so the first thing I thought was, I'm gonna have to buy the toilet paper because if I don't, I'm not gonna survive. So the first thing I did when I ordered groceries was I got like the biggest fucking thing of toilet paper you can think of. And I was like, I don't care. I'm gonna make it work. So at least I know I'm capable of getting my own toilet paper.
Yeah, go to Costco, man. Just get the whole pallet, man. Have them drive it out to your trunk or whatever in a little forklift.
Well, I mean, I pay my rent, so I'm good. Got my green tea. I'm gonna make an English muffin because I'm a dumbass and I always forget I buy these things and they go bad. So this is till December 31st. What's today? The 28th? Today's the 27th. Okay, cool. I've got time to eat these. Yay. I'll make like 2 of these. Oh wait, no, I can only do 1 at a time. Bitch nuggets. Okay. I'm such a girly girl too. You know, when I ordered the new appliances for the condo, I got a pink crock pot and a girly toaster. Do you see that?
Nice.
I couldn't get a normal crock pot toaster. I had to get a girly one because I've got problems.
It just dawned on me. I jotted down a note. Zozo earlier said all of what we were talking about was already talked about previous.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
And you were talking at the time. I didn't want to interrupt, but my question is this: who was it, and where did it take them? Did they continue talking? Did they disappear out of the chase once the chest was? When was this talked about, and where are they? Are these people still around, or?
He's just talking about the chest being discovered from Roger Sherman Loomis, I'm assuming.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what he's insinuating.
Okay. We were just like making all the connections back to San Lazaro and
San Lazaro. I don't know.
Yeah, if it was talked about years and years, I came into it 2016. If it was talked about previous to that, I'd be interested in who was talking about it and where did it take them and where are they now within their thoughts.
I want to spelt out Where Are You Christmas?
Don't remember, maybe on Dale.
Why is it taking forever to light up? Hey, butter! I need butter! Always get olive oil and sea salt butter. It's the best thing on the planet. Yes. Olive oil and sea salt.
Yeah, sea salt's the only salt I use. For iodine and all that, I'm good. I'd rather have sea salt, man. I'll take iodine pills.
My mom always talks about iodine, and I'm like, no, you can't make me do it. Never. I'm just gonna have English muffin with butter.
Well, in like a multiple vitamin, if you take daily, if you take a daily multiple chewable or whatever, chances are it has a certain like 25, 30 milligrams, whatever, 10 milligrams of iodine.
Really?
What's happening, Galaxy?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
I'm burning my finger over here.
What are you making?
English muffin.
No, what's in the pot?
Oh, you missed it. I got potatoes O'Brien, chopped up sausage, some milk, some cheese, and then some krill seasoning with some olive oil and chili paste.
Did you say quail seasoning?
No. Creole. Creole.
Oh, okay.
I just quit for today, okay? I quit. I can't say words today. I'm making an English muffin while I wait for my slow cooker meal to cook because I decided to make it the last second like a dumbass. So yeah, we've been getting the whole chat room fired up with our conversations of tonight. It's been great. So you could totally chime in and tell us more about the double chest theory that you've been working on.
I mean, I'd just rather just talk about whatever you guys are talking about. I did want to mention, you brought up that Rick Hajovsky quite a few times.
Yeah.
Have you ever read his book?
Yes, I have. Which one? There's like multiple.
The Lost Kivas.
You mean the Secrets of San Lazaro?
Isn't that Fenn's book?
No, they Rick wrote it first and then Fenn put his name on it.
Then Rick has one that's it's like titled The Lost Kiva of San Lazaro.
Oh yeah, you know what? You're right. So Rick and Fenn wrote The Secrets of San Lazaro, and then Rick just wrote The Lost Kivas. So hard to keep up with all these damn titles.
But that's what Kyle Sandow thought the chest was hidden at, in the Lost Kiva.
Oh yeah, I remember reading that whole thing.
Of San Lazaro. He specifically said San Lazaro.
Yeah, I thought they were both written. One was written by Fenn and one was written by Rick. And I think Kyle had both of the maps, and there was like a Kiva missing in Fenn's book that was shown in Rick's somehow.
That's interesting. I think there was. I don't own The Secrets of San Lazaro, but Gigi and Stephanie own that book. It's pretty expensive to get. I think it's like $100 or $200 online right now.
All right, what are we putting on the English muffin?
Everything but the bagel seasoning. Because it's delicious. I also put garlic powder with parsley because I'm a weirdo. And I haven't eaten like literally all day today. So this is why I'm just now making a snack and waiting for my damn crock pot to do what it's supposed to do. So let us go over here and close this so my roommate doesn't murder me.
Yes, Lucky, it is southwest of that. That's why the lawsuit went nowhere. He was indicating the treasure chest was there. We're not saying the treasure chest was there. We're saying the one thing in the treasure chest that Forrest didn't want to talk about was something he found at San Lazaro. That's what I'm suggesting. Not that the chest was hidden there. I think I said it the other night on your show. When I saw that lawsuit, and you mentioned San Lazaro, my thoughts were already that one thing. It has to be he found something of significant history rewriting.
History rewrite.
Yeah. Time frame history. Yeah.
It's delicious.
No, once again, not indicating to look south. No, not at all. Indicating that something was found at San Lazaro and it's in the chest, and that's why Forrest came up with Thrill the Trace treasure hunt.
I swear, live, we like make it even more sus that we're like hired actors.
Well, now it's getting down to the nitty gritty. We're like, let me re-verify what I said. We have to be specific because these people are taking freaking notes, man.
Isn't that funny how people get so upset when you mention anything south of Santa Fe?
Yeah. Like you're an idiot.
But like the place they were sent, Cynthia and Amy and them, they were sent south of Santa Fe for that mystery letter that Fenn left AGK for their hunt. Don't you find that weird? No, just me? Okay.
Wait, say that again.
Okay, so you know when AGK had their treasure hunt and Forrest wrote a letter as one of the prizes, and the person who won the hunt wasn't part of the community, so he ended up auctioning off the letter, and I believe it was Nelica who got it, and Nelica ended up giving it to Amy Seeks, and Amy ended up forming a team with Justin Posey, Cynthia Meacham, Matt DeMoss, and herself, and the entire hunt sent them south of Santa Fe instead of north. So it's very interesting. And they just wouldn't share anything about it either. They wouldn't share the letter. They wouldn't share the majority of the contents, just a small part of it.
Well, I'll be honest. When someone does that, it's not that they're trying to hide information. They're trying to hide the fact that there's no information. So they allude to the fact that, I can't show you. I don't want to talk about it. And there's nothing to talk about. That's why. But they want to build it up like it's something that it's not, in my opinion.
Ever since they formed that team and got that letter, they've been the ones running point on everything. They're the ones that did the filming with Netflix first. They're the ones that are doing the name to 9 Mile Hole first. They're the ones that are the LLC, basically. It's like, what in that letter helps them get ahead of the game? That's what I want to know.
Well, if you consider buying the chest for 1 point whatever million or whatever, that's not getting above the game or ahead of the game. Not at all.
That's a replica, 100%.
Kind of takes the thrill of the thrill of it away when you got to buy it. Where'd the thrill? The thrill's gone, man. You had to buy it.
That's what Nick always says. He's like, what, you're gonna spend like a shit ton of money just to be like, I'm second place winner. I'm like, that's pretty savage, but that's also really funny.
He's correct.
But like, yeah, the reason why people couldn't touch the chest, they couldn't photograph it, is because it's a freaking replica. And if they were to open it and you were to take the grain and the wood grain, you could match it up with the photos in TTOTC of the original chest, and you could see it's not a match, like just like Fenn taught us.
You're talking Galaxy's wheelhouse there, man. Talk to him about that. He's the master of it.
I know.
I actually think it could be the same one pictured in the book.
Who got a hold of you?
What?
Paying you in space heaters and hot saunas out there?
He's got cabin fever already, I think.
We lost him, Street. He's been what's the right word for it? I can't think of the right word right now.
You guys can't hear me?
You've been infiltrated.
Infiltrated.
There we go. I remember the word. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. No, I think it could be the same one pictured in the book.
So do you think the one in the book's the replica?
It very well could be.
That's another way to look.
That way he could say, it wasn't, you know how he always says, like, you loved it when you seen it, and then when you found out it wasn't what you thought it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
My theory is that the only time we've actually seen Fenn's chest was that scrapbook.
Ooh, that one where it got pulled.
Yeah.
Right. It was like right after the FBI raid, right?
No. I'm talking about the 158 one where it's open.
Yeah, that's the one where it was immediately pulled right after the FBI raid. The one where it shows like the watches and the big gemstones and stuff.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that was, when was it taken? Do you know that?
I believe it was 2009. I remember we used to talk about it at length on Treasures Galore, and they confirmed that that photo was taken immediately right after the raid happened. Which I believe was in 2009, wasn't it?
Yeah, right before 2010 when he released the yeah, within like a year or so. It was pretty close.
Yep. So it's like the FBI go to raid his house because of the informant that was part of the Operation Cerberus. And then I did like really, really deep research on this. The guy was forced to be a spy because of the FBI. They were like total assholes. And the FBI agent running the whole project, he was obsessed with obtaining one thing associated with the sting. And the guy, he kind of was like a nobody. He had no money, so they would like pay him to set people up. And he said that the night before the raid happened, he tipped one of the people off so that they would be prepared before the raid happened. And when I researched it, the only person that aligns with it is Fenn. Everyone else, they didn't get any warnings. They got screwed over. Some of the family members committed suicide because of it. They like lost their family members. Like it was so fucked up. All for a little white bird that was like less than $100. But yeah, the informant pretty much tipped Fenn off. And that's how he was able to be prepared for the FBI when they did the raid. So.
I feel like they just didn't find what they wanted.
No. Fenn did something where he ended up having them owing him a favor. Because the way they came into his house and everything, he, I forgot where I read this. It was like either scrapbook or something. But Fenn said he could sue them for wrongly trespassing and all that other stuff. And I believe that was the leverage he used to be able to pull off hiding that damn thing on national park property. Just saying. It gets really weird when you guys just get really quiet. I'm just gonna sit here like I did yesterday on Cowleasers. I'm just gonna eat my, yesterday was pizza, now it's an English muffin. And I'm not gonna lie, that was such an awkward Zoom. So awkward. And there was this one person that came on, and I thought he was gonna talk about the secret, so I got all excited. I'm like, yay, we could talk about the secret. He didn't talk about the secret. He talked about the chase and a very interesting solve that nobody cared about, because nobody cares about anyone's solve other than their own. So that was weird. But yeah, if you think the only photo we have of the actual chest is that one, that's interesting, because I know for a fact Forrest made a copy of the chest, and he had to explain how he made the copy to the person he hired to make another replica before he died. So why is he hiring someone to make another replica when there's already a replica he made? Where'd that replica go?
Do you know where he had it made?
Yes.
Was it the Shidoni Foundry?
No. It's the same guy that when Forrest talked to Mike, he said, don't make any bets just yet, when they were talking about Montana versus Wyoming. So isn't that interesting?
Wait, the guy that made it is the one that said that?
So, if I'm not mistaken, Mike got an email from the same person who was hired to make a copy of the chest for Forrest. And I believe Mike was talking to Forrest before he died, and he was talking about like, oh, I made a bet with what's his name versus like Wyoming and Montana. And Forrest said, don't make any bets just yet.
No, Redneck, I'm not suggesting. Redneck says Forrest never discussed or mentioned the raid on his home in retaliation to the chase that I'm aware of. I'm not saying he did. I'm saying it led to the chase. The chase might have been in his thing. All the story he tells about the back, oh, I was dying and all that, I'm saying bullshit. I'm saying this raid woke him up. He knew he was elderly. He had to figure out a way to get this information out. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think it was just, look at what Fenn did with the archaeologists that gave him crap about the Clovis Cache conference. He wrote The Mother of Indiana Jones, and it was the best professional fuck you that I've ever read. Like, y'all need to go and read his original The Mother of Indiana Jones, because he straight up told all the PhDs, the archaeologists, the historians, anyone who is trying to say he was out of his element when he started the Clovis Cache conference and how he got San Lazarus Pueblo, they were livid. And so he wrote them right back, and it was straight up like a fuck you of all fuck yous. It was glorious.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about it many times. Yeah, I agree. Good for him.
So like, that's what I'm saying. Forrest doesn't just sit there and take it. When someone wrongs him, he makes a fucking public event out of it. What's the best thing to do? So the FBI say, you can't have these items. We've been tipped off that you have these items from like graves or your grave robber or whatever, right? He goes and hides something on government property in the national park. And for 10 years, torments the government over this chase with all our crazy asses. How more metaphorical fuck you can get than that? I'm just saying. He plotted accordingly. Don't get me wrong, I still think he had an amazing historical discovery to share, but on the sidelines, he still was able to tell the government to go fuck itself at the same time.
I'd like to just say my opinion is he alluded to the fact and sent a tremendous amount of people to Yellowstone on purpose. I'm not saying that's where he hid it. I'm saying he sent searchers there on purpose to torment, just like you said, to torment them.
Yeah, I had searchers talk to me about, like, please call him and tell him to stop it. I was like, sir, I just came from his house. I can email him. And so I emailed him, and Forrest was having like a full on email conversation with the chief Yellowstone person, the one that discovered the body of that guy who died in like 2018, 2019. I was like, and then you know what's so interesting? So when we were following the Condor 2 Reddit database, there was something that I noticed people didn't like connect, and I noticed it because it was the same story I was told. He was over at Beaver Creek back in 2019 following Marty because he came across the same ranger I did and was told the same story that I was told. So it's interesting. He's like obsessed with 9 Mile Hole for a while, right? And then he just jumps over to Beaver Creek. And 9 Mile Hole and Beaver Creek were the only places Marty was obsessed with. So no matter what you want to say or like how it was solved, whatever, that dude was following Marty like hardcore. What are they saying? Revenge is best served cold. Oh yeah, the bracelet comment. Didn't Forrest say your best revenge is like me wearing the bracelet?
Yep. And that was on Weekly Words on Jenny's. I'll never forget that. That was just out of the blue. I mean, that's pretty ominous, man. Your best revenge. My first thing is, where did revenge end up? How did revenge end up in here, man?
That is a good question. Whee! Let's stir the pot. I'm gonna stir the pot. Not the chase. Just I'm gonna stir my pot. Hold on.
I think it was me wearing that bracelet will be your greatest revenge.
Greatest revenge. Did we botch the quote already?
Well, we know the overall big picture. Revenge, him wearing it's best. Yeah, it was. Did anybody else think it was weird and out of the norm for his Weekly Words? I did.
It almost like he knew he was going to get it back.
It sounded, when I read it, it's like,
he was dead.
when I read it, it's like, wow, someone's battling with Forrest, because we had lead searcher was in there, gut feeling was around. I'm like, shit, someone's going toe to toe. And then we ended up with toe to toe. That's how I took it, man. It's like, oh shit, we got a battle royale going on, man.
Don't judge me.
Dessert before the main course? Not at all. Hey, you got to eat them up. Whether you eat it first or last, you're still going to eat it.
I mean, I'm an adult. I can make my own decisions. Although, you know, when I was a kid, my mom used to always let me eat dessert first. It's kind of funny. So it's not special because even though I'm an adult, I still was like treated like an adult when I was a kid.
Yeah, that search one, Redneck. He would always indicate go with someone or let someone know where you're going. And it was always safety, 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 safety. And then out of the blue, if you have a search partner, it's best to have them wait in the car. That was weird, man. That was me too. I thought that was weird one too.
It was based on the searcher that you left in the car would be the one running the heater. Do you remember that?
No.
Like, I forgot where it was, But someone had Forrest extend on the comment of why someone should wait in the car. And he said because they needed to be in the car running the heater when you got back because you'd be freezing.
I don't remember hearing that.
I specifically remember it because then I was like, well, that definitely explains your effort will be worth the cold. And I mean, if you look up the Madison, it is one of the coldest chalk water streams there is. But it runs much colder in the Montana area versus Wyoming.
I know when it came out, it was weird. My first thought was the first sentence, as I have gone alone in there. It's a one-man job or one-person job. That's the only thing I got from that script. But I thought it was weird, the placement of it.
But you know what sucks?
I think during that same time was, remember the one that said the chest is 42 pounds plus, best to wear a pair of gloves, or best to have a pair of gloves. No, wear a pair of gloves. Best to wear a pair of gloves.
They also said he lost his shoe when he was hiding it in the mud. Remember that one?
No, hell no. Where are you coming up with it? Where was I at? I didn't hear none of that.
It's from Jenny Kyle's Words with Forrest.
He mentioned losing his shoe?
Mm-hmm. And Cynthia actually went live and confirmed it too, because I was like,
Did she find his shoe?
yeah, he lost his shoe while hiding it. So I'm like, did Jack Stu find his shoe when he was over there? I'm curious.
Rudy's going to.
Oh God. It's gonna match an exact photo of Forrest's shoe from like the 80s, probably. Like, fuck.
I should get busy printing the shirts. Ask me about Forrest's shoe.
I would say, what shoe looking at? You know, they're doing that for WSOF. They're having people design shirts as a contest. And I'm like, I'm tempted because I have a lot of really good puns and I like to create stuff. But the last time I did this, I ended up spending like $150 getting a Chase the Indie sweatshirt shipped express, printed the night before I went to Vegas. So I'm like, I probably shouldn't do that with shirts again. But everyone's gonna apparently be making like their best one-liner shirts. I was trying to think of what I could do. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. I'm probably just gonna run around aimlessly. But yeah.
Here's a thought for you. You have mentioned many times it's the first time you go into Vegas single. Get a shirt painted onto you. Go to one of those paint things.
Oh my God, no.
Remember the show me your tits or whatever? Well, just have a shirt painted on you, man.
You mean send nudes?
Yeah, send nudes. Yeah. Just have a shirt painted on you. There's your contest.
I'm good. I'm good.
What did Shannon say?
Eat pussy, it's organic.
Yeah.
I have no words.
Well, that's hard to disagree. I mean, I can't argue that. I don't know about it. You can't argue that.
Or Joe.
I can't argue the placement using Forrest Fenn's name. Yeah. I can't argue that. That was in poor taste, I think. You're promoting the Forrest Fenn event and you're putting on stupid ass pictures like that. Okay. It explains why you're in Vegas putting on some stuff.
Well, I mean, was single in Vegas for the first time in forever, so you can't knock her on that one. I kind of knock her for just being a woman and not coming up to me and telling me what the fuck was going on, acting like we were cool, and then the next day going live and trashing me. That's why I'm not a fan of her. But yeah, if she wants to go run around be a hoe, she could run around be a hoe. I don't care.
Oh no, I'm not judging her from that. I'm just saying I thought it was in poor taste to put, to be doing shit like that at a public event. Especially now, I have to add on the show they would put on, and I'm quote unquote show they would put on. They were always elegant They didn't cuss. They were calm, collect. It was scripted. And then you want to come out and do that. Oh, so true colors are shining. Ah, so that was the show. You were acting on your videos. That's what I say. That's in poor taste. If that's just who you are naturally and you weren't trying to hide anything, I still say
That's me.
I'm an asshole, and I surely wouldn't do it. I wouldn't wear a shirt like that. Hell no. Hell no.
Yeah, I don't like wearing stuff like that. I'm good.
No.
But I mean, it's proof that by Dark wearing that Sun Nude shirt is premeditated. They already were setting shit up.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it was by design.
Mm-hmm. But it's okay. I got over it. Like I said, the only thing that they have left to leak are videos. And if that's leaked, I'm gonna charge each fucker that gets a video $50 to $100 per view. So there's really nothing else they could shock me with at WSOF this year. Or next year, or whatever. Although, you know, they do have a couple of months. I shouldn't underestimate them just yet. That's weird though. I hope he doesn't show up to this event. That would be scary. I'd have to walk around with a fucking taser the entire time.
Bear spray. And have a holster. It's legal to walk around with a holster, but get the mega one. It's like, I don't know, 24 ounces of fluid out. Oh, it's huge, man.
I'm gonna be like, ma'am, why are you carrying a holster of bear spray? This is Las Vegas. Because there are bears. Where?
Just look at them and say, exactly. That's my point. It's Las Vegas. Yeah. Is there something? Is there a problem here?
That'd be so funny.
But use it if you ever have to use it on humans, use it like a fire extinguisher. Start at the bottom up because the air is going to push it up. So get your aim down low, hit their feet and walk it right up their body and then just hold it at their torso, man.
I'm pretty sure if I were to do that, I'd be the dumbass that would spray it right when a wind is coming by. So instead of getting the person, I would just get it all over myself. I'm just saying.
Well, I went out to Wyoming in March of 2016, and bears were concerned. I took guns and I took bear spray, and I practiced. I got a few extra cans. I practiced on my grandkids. I'd have one stand 20 foot away, and I'd shoot it at them. I gave them like a towel to wrap over their face, so they were cool. Close their eyes. Yeah, I tested it, man. It was. Don't be sending the STACC after me. I'm joking here, people. For God's sakes.
Nope, you're gonna get another house call street.
Well, I will be honest. I had to smoke crack with them to get them to agree to do it in the first place. And they wouldn't stand still. That was like, quit running, quit twitching, man. Stand still.
You're gonna summon you know who tomorrow, and she's gonna go live and be like, "This is supposed to be family channel, only children. Children shouldn't be watching this." Like, you know, there's a no children option on YouTube, right? Like, this is not made for children. Tell children to go away.
Well, I guarantee you, if a child, any 12-year-old, 13-year-old, or any age child tunes into this, I know children, man. I'm around them all the time. They would not stay very long. It's just a bunch of old people bullshitting and yelling at each other. They ain't gonna stick around.
This is true. This is true.
They could care less what we're saying.
Hey. I'm making potatoes with sausage and a Creole sauce if you want some later.
Fancy.
It's like still cooking, but
Oh, nice. I still have.
Hey, Galaxy.
oh really?
Yeah.
What's up?
Nice.
If you get bored,
Hey.
man, I'll make you host. And I've been playing whack-a-mole game with Smoking Joe. I kind of time it so I can hit his comments as soon as he comes back in from timeout. I'll tap out if you want to take over for a while. It's kind of fun, man.
Who's smoking Joe?
Bobby Brass.
Candy's on the outside. That was a Nooker invention. Wait, what? What does Lucky mean by that? Also, why is Galaxy quiet again?
I'm not. I'm here.
That's funny. You like fade into the background if I don't bring anything up. It's like, oh yeah, Galaxy's here.
Now you guys talk too much.
I know we do. That's why I'm trying to teach you to talk over us. Just like yell at us or something. Hey, Dizzy. Oh yeah, I want to give Dizzy a wrench because it's the original Dizzy. Add moderator. There we go.
I don't think Galaxy's capable of yelling, man. I don't think his vocal cords are capable.
Oh yeah, you should ask my kids.
Oh, that's what it is. You're all yelled out from the dead. You're beaten. That explains why you're always tired and like melancholy, man. It's like, yeah, it's like Eeyore. Yeah, I'm just happy to be here. All right.
Thanks for the invitation.
That's a rude comment.
You're
Don't
all
compare
yelled
me
out,
to-
man. I get it. I feel your pain, man. Been there. Crazy.
Galaxy said that rude comment straight.
Oh, I apologize then.
I mean, I agree with him because I refer to DJ's sister as the Eeyore cunt because whenever we'd go out places, all she would do is bitch and complain about how she hated the guy she was dating or how she was miserable about something. And it would just literally bring down the entire night of the adventure. So I don't think you're Eeyore, Galaxy. I think you're just a little winded from taking care of children all day, which makes sense.
Well, in that analogy, I'm Piglet. I'm just out there, man. I'm like on crack all the time.
I can't tell if I'm Pig or if I'm Pooh because I'm always eating. And I mean, Pooh's always looking for honey, but then Tigger just never shuts the fuck up. So I'm probably a cross between Tigger and Pooh.
Well, I
Isn't there
might
an
change mine
owl,
to
too?
Tigger. Sorry, Galaxy, go ahead.
Isn't there an owl?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the wise owl.
Well, that's not you.
I know that's Street. Street's the wise one.
No. I was going to go Tigger because he's always high. He's always bouncing on his. I'm going to change mine from Piglet to Tigger.
Oh, you're that annoying rabbit.
Yeah.
You got me. You're right, man. I am that fucking rabbit. Get out of my garden. I got to harvest. Get out of my way. I'm working. You're right.
I don't even remember the rabbit. Oh my God.
He's just frantic. He's always pulling his ears down. Like, you guys I'm working here. I'm gardening. Oh, why you get out of my garden?
Oh, that sounds like that would be Galaxy because he's got all those kids.
He's kind of like Squidward on SpongeBob.
Mm.
That's the rabbit. Kind of the same personality, man.
Man, SpongeBob. I don't know what I would be compared on SpongeBob. I wouldn't be Patrick because I'm like, I understand too much. I'm not Sandy Cheeks. She annoys the crap out of me. I'm not Mrs. Pearl. Actually, maybe I am Pearl or Miss, what was the teacher? The Miss Puff. I think I'm Miss
The
Puff.
blowfish. She's
Yeah.
the blowfish.
I'm the one trying to teach people and I get frustrated as fuck when you guys don't understand what I'm teaching you. That's me.
I remember the first time I saw SpongeBob and I saw the Patrick, and man, I laughed, and I was high at the time. I'm sure I was. I laughed so fucking hard. I'm like, and my wife at the time was like, "What the hell? It's not that funny of a cartoon." Because I wanted to watch it to see what the kids were. She's like, I'd always hear these cartoons play. I'm like, what the hell are they watching? SpongeBob. So I watched it. You know, that's parents do. And I saw that Patrick. I'm like, that is the only animal on this planet that does not have a brain. The only species that does not have a brain.
And starfish?
Yep, starfish.
Wait, starfish really don't have brains?
Nope. No central nervous system, no brain.
Huh.
All automated. It's like billions of cells working as one without a brain.
Weird.
Well, of course, people would say, "Oh, no brains, you're stupid." No, they work without a brain. They don't need one.
That's intriguing. What's really interesting too is how you could communicate with plants with music.
You can communicate with them with your voice
That too.
and your feelings. They can actually sense you, man.
No wonder all the plants around me die. I'm a fucking frigid bitch.
Remember that M. Night Shyamalan or whatever that director was? Remember the movie came out? It was The Happening, I think it was called, when the trees were releasing these neurotoxins and they thought it was at first a terrorist attack. I think it's The Happening.
Happening.
The Happening.
I've seen it.
Did you see it, Galaxy?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw that, it's another. They've done studies. I mean, college done studies on different, like UCLA, Wisconsin, Ohio State, where they put electrodes and, they got whatever feedback from the plant and talk. That's where, like, they say talking because of the carbon monoxide or dioxide coming out of our breath is what they need. They put them in like nursing homes in happy areas like children's and play. They grow better when they're in a happy environment. If they're in like a trauma zone or ER, they don't grow good. So that says they're picking up our vibes, whatever vibration, whatever.
No wonder all the forests are dying. It's not just because we're cutting them all down. It's because we're just like such bad vibes. We're killing the forests. Wait, who's the one that was behind the creation of Cloverfield? That movie forever messed up my vertigo. Like, I will never be the same again. You guys remember?
Yeah, I remember. I'm not sure who did that.
That one was crazy. I'm like, whoever decided it would be a good idea to have someone run around with a camera and make you absolutely seasick for the rest of eternity really, really hated humankind. I don't even remember half the plot. I just remember the title, and I remember it makes you sick to watch it. That's all.
It's a alien invasion of a town called Cloverfield, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
It's been like so long since I watched it. I tried to like just shut it on my brain. I like it when my brain helps me. What the hell is that sound? Is that my soul cooker? That's some weird ass sound. What the hell? That was weird. No, chat saying. Let me see. Street. Oh, well, Smoke and Joe Street is a bigot looking to get. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, you're gone. You are gone.
I stopped looking at chat. I timed him out and I forgot I timed him out and was watching to come back. See, that's why I wanted to tag out, man. Have someone else time him out.
He's hit on the channel now. I am not dealing with that crap.
He was the first one after my unblocking party. He was the first one I blocked back.
I'm finally unblocked from Cowley's chat. I can finally be with the people. Although I'm getting a lot of shit from people, especially today, because I was on their Zoom yesterday. Like, I kind of just give up. I don't have sides for anybody anymore. I equally just think everyone can fuck off.
Well, like I indicated earlier, that like tonight, this is a group of people of like-minded. We disagree on a lot of things. We agree on a lot of things. I see nothing wrong with going to other people's channels. It doesn't mean you're a traitor. It doesn't mean you went to the dark side. It doesn't mean you change your point of views. If now, I have to elaborate because the crowd nowadays. I'm not saying like I'm here talking candy, having a good time, and then I go on someone else's show and say, "Oh, that fucking candy, man! I can't believe what the fuck." No, I'm not indicating that at all. There's nothing wrong with people of all There's no reason why none of the separate groups can't talk amongst each other civilly. I don't see why. I don't get it. I've been blocked on all the major channels, man, for years. Don't get it.
I think you're unblocked. When they did the unblocking, they unblocked everybody except for me. They can't see the forest for the trees. Depression finally causes Eeyore's death in 10,000 acres. Oh man, that's messed up. The hell? Zozo is like making weird New York posts in chat. Like what? Okay, so back on the fun topic of double chest theory, because that is the most enticing thing of all. So if there are more than one chest, and it's not specifically for the chase itself, but I mean, I was told specifically that one of the chests, either the replica, but I think it's the actual chest itself, is what's going to hold Fenn and Peggy's bones. Because that is specifically what that reliquary chest was built to do. It was designed to build and hold a saint's bones. So if the original one is anywhere, it's out in the wilderness somewhere with Peggy and Fenn's bones. Which would explain the last part of Flywater, where he said, "You were there somewhere waiting for me." Right?
Yeah. That was a strange comment. He knew Peggy would be there waiting for him.
Yeah, but the original version said you would be there somewhere waiting for me, and then later it got changed to Peggy.
Yeah. So could that possibly, the poem is talking to Peggy?
Well, the only issue I have with all of that is the fact that I found a way to, it's an exact match to the story in Too Far to Walk about Concy Woods versus the description in Flywater. Because the original Flywater tells you they're on the fire hole, right? But they don't say what part of the fire hole. They just say the fire hole. And then in the new version for TTOC, it talks about the Madison. And you're like, okay, well, how could it be the fire hole in the Madison? And then you remember, okay, Madison Junction. And there's this beautiful glen right at Madison Junction where Concy and Forrest loved fishing. Like it was one of their most favorite spots. And Forrest even talked about, I think in a few scrapbooks and then an email to a searcher like way back in the day about the name of this creek and how that was his all-time favorite spot to fish. And it's just like, okay, that's interesting. But there's a story in Too Far to Walk about Concy Woods and how he, helped him get back to that spot with the limo and everything. Or wait, no, that was the other one. Who was the other one? Or was that Concy Woods? That was Concy, wasn't it? Shit, there's two people I'm trying to think of. Because Concy died somewhere off of 9 Mile in Texas. And then who was the other one?
I think Concy was the coach, and it's a story of the bicycle, and he had some disease, some debilitating physical disease.
Yeah.
Like Lou Gehrig's disease or something. But anyhow, wasn't it the story of the black car with white walls and the suited people got out of it and Forrest pissed in their gas tank?
Yeah, but the story that's an exact match to Flywater is the story in Too Far to Too Far to Walk on Grub Lake. Do you remember that one? Where they talk about they camped and it was the limo. The limo showed up, took their favorite spot. So they ended up moving to another spot on Grub Lake. And the very ending of that story about Forrest and Concy and their camping is the exact other half of the story from Flywater. So it's like, it's so weird that it goes from talking to Peggy, like he says, oh, I wrote a letter to Peggy. And then he talks about the story with Grub Lake and Concy. And then it switches back over to Peggy again. Because in their original scrapbook, it never mentioned writing a letter to Peggy. It just mentioned who's writing a letter to someone. And he talked about the fire hole and all those amazing things about, you know, the color palettes of places he would fish in southwestern Montana. He specifically said southwestern Montana. And it was so weird because I'm like, the fire hole isn't in southwestern Montana. It's in Wyoming. So there's some like serious flaws in the writings, unless he's specifically talking about Madison Junction, because that's where you have the fire hole in Madison, same spot. I don't know. It always drove me crazy trying to like understand what he was trying to say about it.
Yeah.
Hey, Lily. Wasn't Concy's real name Clarence? Yes, it was. White shoes, let his tires down, sticking it to the man. What is Davey talking about in chat? Lucky is like bones of saints? Yes. And you could become a saint or a holy man, what they call it, if you have an illness and you touch the reliquary chest and then you're cured. And so we all know Forrest said he had cancer. Then he got a hold of that reliquary chest and then he said he beat cancer. So under the regulations of the reliquary, that counts as being a holy man. What's going on in chat? Southwest Montana, beginner rumor assault, Cameron, Montana. Oh no, I kickstarted People Solutions.
Yeah. Here we go. And we're off.
Buckle up. Wait, is Dizzy deleting his own messages in chat?
Always does. That's how you know it's a real Dizzy.
That's true. That's very true.
What do you think about when he says that he ruined the story when he got well?
So
It changed. And I feel like that could be when the second chest came into it.
Well, so he found out allegedly that he was going to die in 88, right? Because that's when he says he got the idea for the chase, was when he got cancer. So that was 1988. And then he's like trying to work on it for a while. He's talking to Ken Tankersley, he's talking to Preston, he's talking to all kinds of people. And it's not until 2001 he goes to Preston and is like, I need you to write my memoir. Why is it 2001 that he decided to do this? Out of like all this other time. And he told me when I was at his house, he had to have, I think it was 12 things to happen. I can't even remember the number now. I'd have to go back to like my messages of like reiterating what he told me. But it was like he had to have something, like a certain amount of things happen in order for him to pull off the chase itself. And when he said that, it always made me think of like LLCs, property ownership, a stake in some type of museum. And the first thing that you see happen is he becomes a board member of the Buffalo Bill Cody Museum, right? So there's one. And then there's property purchased in Yellowstone. So there's two. And then there was San Lazaro was, I think, dissolved or something. Or no, he sold it. He sold it to the Matucci's. He also sold his gallery. So those are like other steps that he ended up doing in order to align the chase with whatever he was doing. But he said the only way he could have pulled any of this off was at first he had to have that chest. And it had to be like that specific chest. So first he goes to Rick, and Rick can't get it for him in time. So then he goes to Eugene Thaw. And Eugene Thaw has the other replica or the other version. Because remember I said there's 3 in total that are the originals that exist in the world.
Yeah.
The one in the Detroit Museum, I don't think that's the real one. I think that's the replica that Fenn made. And he had to switch it in order to get the original. Like, I could see him doing that.
Yeah. Beyond a shadow of a doubt he would.
Yeah, because like look at the chest at the Detroit Museum. It looks like a child made it.
Well, if they accepted it back, no questions asked, well, I'd have to question their credibility.
Cared about
I
it.
think that
Like,
one
what?
looks good.
What?
I think that one looks good.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Do you want to use the share screen and share with the class the Detroit Museum replica images?
Do you have them?
You can make me do all the work. God damn it. Hold on. Okay. Forrest, Fenn, Detroit, chest. Do. Okay, this is not working. Okay, here it is.
You need me to make you the host again?
No, it still should be on share. So I'm just gonna put this in chat for Galaxy to share because I don't want to do it. Let's see. Let's go over yonder. Zoom. Okay. Is a Zoom. And go into chat. Here you go. Here's the link. Copy and share that. Wait, why am I the host now? Fuck you, Street.
They got new options. I clicked on the box and it was like highlight something like spotlight someone. I about put you in timeout or put you in waiting room. I'm like, oh, this will fuck her up.
I'd be like, what happened? I lost my own Zoom. Okay, Galaxy.
Come back, and everybody's blocked.
Oh God, please no. That just means you're a rogue agent. Hold on. Excuse me? Did my friend Devin just tell me that our last night used to be good? They still are good. They still are. How dare you? How dare you defy my favorite band? Okay. Oh no. Oh my God. The fuck? Okay. Galaxy, is it letting you share?
I'm looking at it. Hold on.
He's like, I don't want to. Like I hurt my wrist somehow.
Typing.
Huh?
Typing.
I don't think so. It was probably moving the desk today. That thing was heavy trying to assemble it. I was just like, I lift up one of the leaves and I almost fell over trying to lift it up. It's funny. Let's see. Today's the 27th. 30. I think I'm off until the 3rd. Haha. So I gotta book a bunch of people to get hired this next few days.
Is that the one supposedly in Detroit, or is that Forrest's?
That's the one in Detroit.
See, can't even tell.
Oh, hold on. I'm not looking. Hold on. Show me again. That's the one in Detroit. But the way you can tell if it's a replica and not the original is if one side of the chest is more fucked up than the other. Because he specifically said he could not replicate one of the sides.
So apparently it's the left side, the one they don't ever show.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
But then you have to look at this one too, because it'd show if the replica. See, John L. Booth, he was the one that it originally came from, this one right here. And his whole, where his money comes from is the WJLB radio station. So this is a completely different one. So you've got the one that originated in Germany that found its way in the hands of Eugene Thaw, who is a museum curator. You've got this random ass one from the Detroit Museum. And then you have the one that Rick Kavashki was supposed to get a hold of that was supposed to be from Galicia, Spain. So there's three. There's three, just like I said.
Scroll back up to that woman's name, the guy you were talking about, 1907 to whenever.
Oh,
There-
Booth?
Yeah, what I think I seen the name Preston in there. What
Wait,
was
what?
that? Hold on, right? He married his wife,
Oh,
Lois
Preston Camper.
Preston Camper. That means, yeah, Preston is in there.
I was Preston. You got some explaining to do.
Aha. That's
Yeah.
what got him connections to get to see it then, right?
Yeah, but Fenn didn't have connections at the Detroit Museum. He had connections with Eugene Thaw, and I don't think Eugene Thaw had connections with the Detroit Museum. Actually, let me look that up. I might be able to find it real fast. Let's see. Eugene Thaw. So was an American art dealer and collector. He was the owner of an art gallery on Madison Avenue in Manhattan and a past president of the Art Dealers Association of America. Was his wife Claire. He donated over 1,000 works of art to the Fenn and More Art Museum and the Morgan Library and Museum. Let's see what institutions he's associated with. Oh, he died January 3rd, 2018. Career, personal life. Ooh, Nazi era restitution claims? Hold on, what? In 2021, the estate of Eugene Thaw reached a settlement agreement with their heirs of Marguerite Eisman concerning the painting by Lucas Cranach the Elder, The Resurrection. Eisman was deported to some German name I cannot pronounce in September 1942 and killed at the Treblinka concentration camp. Her estate was seized by Nazis and auctioned off. In 1949, the looted Cranach painting resurfaced in a Sotheby's sale in London, where it had been co-signed by dealer Hans W. Lange, whose auction house was known for forced sales of Jewish-owned property. Thaw bought it in 1986 after the Cranach had passed through the hands of New York dealers Hugo Pearls and Knoedler Gallery. Isn't the Knoedler Gallery associated with that that huge insurance scandal of that art house? Do you remember? That's linked to the Hamners or whatever. Do you
I'm not
remember that
sure.
one?
No, I don't.
It's Armie Hamner's grandfather, something Hamner. They like ran the art gallery, and one of the galleries caught on fire, and they were supposed to get insurance from it, and it was discovered it was like a huge insurance scandal.
Like the paintings that they claim to be destroyed weren't destroyed.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And they're the ones that set the fire and everything. Well, I'm not saying Hamner did. I'm saying Hamner is associated with the scandal about that. And then I think it was Ben who was talking about it. And then also the Cavalry's podcast talks about that story too. It's really interesting. They're like linked to a lot of interesting stuff. So art gallery, Madison Avenue. I want to see if it has anything to do with the Detroit Museum. It's got Georgia O'Keeffe. And then let's see if it has Forrest Fenn on here. No, it doesn't have Forrest Fenn. That's weird. House Proud, Piermont Morgan Library. No, it doesn't have anything about the Detroit Museum with him. Let's see. Detroit Museum.
Beside the treasure chest. Beside the treasure chest. I
Ooh.
even plotted to have my bones rest forever in silent repose beside the treasure chest.
Wait a minute. This might be something. Hold on. So it says, my debt to Eugene Thaw, the late dealer, collector, connoisseur, scholar, donor, mentor, by Culture Girl. I've never met an art dealer as brilliant and multifaceted as Eugene V. Thaw, who died January 3rd at the age of 90. Why is everyone dying at the age of 90 over here? It's like they made a pact or something. Selling works of highest quality from old masters to modern, blah, blah, blah. Does this have something to do with the Detroit Museum? Because if this does, this is gonna be really interesting. Because if Eugene Thaw got the Forrest Fenn chest from the Detroit Museum, how do you explain there being another chest at the Detroit Museum? Let's see, Drawn to Greatness, Master Drawings Thought Collection. What the hell? Do you see what happens when I go live and talk to you guys? I go down these weird ass rabbit holes that I didn't even want to go down. Pause gallery. Wait, what?
I will have to say that light colored chest at the bottom with a light background, you can see the grain of the wood pretty good. And it's kind of the 3D, whatever they call that surface sticks out pretty good too.
There's no wood in that.
Is that what it's? Oh shit! It's not. That's just bronze itself.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I just found the connection with Eugene Thaw in the Detroit Museum. Holy shit. What the fuck did I just uncover? Holy shit. Okay, so the same museum where that chest is had ties to Eugene Thaw. And this is an article written in 1983. What the hell? One hot Friday in August, a team of city auditors accompanied by plainclothes policemen acting under the orders of Mayor Coleman A. Young entered the Detroit Institute of Arts, assembled 8 years of financial records, and behind padlocked door of a third floor office, began an investigation that continues to shake Detroit's cultural community. While specifics have to do with the Middle Western Museum, however, the seizing of the books of the Founders Society, more societies, the private board of the institution, which administers millions of dollars in state money, has had reverberations that go beyond Detroit. The issues that have been raised involve the struggle for control of institutions that are both privately and publicly funded and run. And they involve museum and gallery practices and procedures that ordinarily are not a matter of public attention. The special audit was ordered by Mr. Young after reports had circulated here for months of cronyism, mismanagement, and improper spending on the part of Frederick Cummings, the director of the museum and the man widely credited with building the Detroit Institute of Arts into a museum whose exhibitions and collections command international respect. After examining the audit, Mayor Young said last week that he found no evidence of conscious wrongdoings on the part of Mr. Cummings or the Founders Society. I'm totally looking at the Founders Society now, a support arm in the museum that also manages museum programs, exhibitions, and acquisitions. He said, however, that the audit indicates there are administrative deficiencies which need to be dealt with and corrected. What? Hold on, I'm getting to the part from Eugene Thaw. Let's see, scrolling down more. Oh my God, Eugene Thaw was a part of the Founders Society. Holy shit. If Eugene was, that means it's possible Fenn was too. Okay, so, here's interesting. This one says the Detroit Institute of Arts, situated 2 miles from downtown Detroit and close to the area devastated of the riots of 1968, is considered by art professionals to be one of a handful of great museums in this country. It is known for the comprehensiveness of its collections, its international exhibition schedule, and for such masterworks as Peter Bruegel, The Elders, The Wedding Dance, Rosie Bronzino's Eleanor of Toledo, and her son and Fusili's The Nightmare. Okay, so I think I'm getting closer to Thaw. Let me see. Founder Society. Oh, you put 10 million into that? That's insane. Where the fuck did Eugene Thaw go? There's like a lot of names being dropped here. European art. Oh, bronze. Okay. Mr. Wincourt is at the center of one of the main areas of concern about Mr. Cummings' conduct in office, a complicated arrangement involving the purchase of a bronze. Oh, they're fucking around with bronze over here. They're talking about in 1983, the Detroit Museum was actually getting looked into because a bunch of pieces pertaining to bronze sculptures and chests were missing in the inventory.
That was during Forrest's heyday too. He had deep pockets back then. He had a lot of money he could spend, right?
So it's saying in 1983 is when they started looking into the institution because of misplaced inventory pertaining to bronze sculptures, chests, and other items. Okay, so then this one, I'm trying to see where it talks about Eugene Thaw because I saw it specifically quoted him. And when it quotes him, it means that he had direct ties to this institution. What the hell? I've looked for like, I want to say 2 years trying to find some association with Eugene Thaw in this damn Detroit museum. Okay, so there's Herschel. Wait, isn't Herschel someone that was also associated with Fenn like a while ago?
It's not ringing a bell. The last name Herschel, not ringing a bell.
It's Herschel and Adler. Oh, what kind of article did I find? This is a good one, but I'm still looking for Eugene Thaw. This is like a really detailed secret society thing. Like, I gotta look into this. This is right up my alley. Let's see. Where the hell is Thaw? It literally says he's in this article quoting something, and this is literally about missing bronze work. Are you kidding me? The scene from Roman history. Okay, found it. An appraisal should be completely neutral, said Eugene V. Thaw, a prominent New York dealer, in describing the orthodox method employed by museums individuals. Normally, one would go to a qualified expert in the market for that artist and pay a fee to appraise it. Didn't Forrest say he specifically went to Eugene Thaw to appraise that chest?
Don't remember.
Yeah, like in the book, he says it. So it's very interesting. So he said, had you said $4,000 for a very large pineal drawing, I would have thought, well, that is possible. I'm talking about European, but oh my God, why is Eugene Thaw associated with the Detroit Museum / Institute? And in 1983, it was being looked into because of misplaced inventory pertaining to bronze sculptures, chests, and other things. What the hell? This just got more fascinating by the minute. So he's over there fucking around with, let's see, does it talk about anything else? Wait, so maybe I could find more information on the purchase of this chest through this society. Because let me see, it talks about, what the hell? I gotta look up more about this society.
Okay, he bought San Lazaro in 79,
No, in 88.
in 88.
Yeah.
So this is before San Lazaro. This,
Yes.
okay, 83.
Because Skippy died in 79, right? 79 or 78.
Okay.
So I believe that's the timeline when the Griller Codex was discovered by gravediggers. And then I believe it was 78 also was the time when they discovered the Temple of the Moon Goddess using the Griller Codex. So after that, I think that's when Skippy died. It was like right around the time the Temple of the Moon Goddess was discovered. I'm trying to find more on this. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can link this in chat so people can see it themselves. Here. Do. Where's more stuff on the Founder Society? They like throw millions of dollars around in the secret society. It's so weird. Oh, it says Mr. Ford of the Founder Society said, but it is very delicate. Now we got a Mr. Ford up in here.
Detroit, Mr. Ford. I'm assuming it's an actual Ford family member, descendant, right? Detroit, Ford. He's a
I'm looking
president.
up. Detroit. Let me see if there's anything. Ooh, here's like a whole PDF on it. What the hell? What is this? What is this randomness? This is why you can never just be down one rabbit hole. It always like grows to the point. I don't know what to do with it. So it says, oh, okay. In brief review, 1966 was an eventful year for the Founder Society. Oh God, Barbara's at it again. Fucking sending me emails while I'm live.
Who is?
Barbara.
You're getting emails right now?
Yeah, from that stupid masked PDF email shit that continuously talks like Barbara, links stuff to Barbara. Like, I'm
Wow.
pretty sure it's Barbara.
Wow.
Okay, so Eleanor Clay Ford Fund. Yeah, it keeps talking about Ford. So $1,850,000 was awarded to the Detroit Institute of Arts to complete the financing of the project. Damn, they're like doing all kinds of weird shit. I want to see if I can find Forrest and link him to this because it would probably show the purchase or something of what he did. Oh, I'm getting really annoying links about being ugly and losing weight too at the same time. Huh, I wonder. Where's Fenn? Okay, let's see if there's anything. Detroit Museum. No. Towson American Art. Ooh. A Montana private detective faces 2 mysteries. That's an interesting article. New book. No. See, whenever you try and find the purchase of this damn thing, you always like get sent to stupid rabbit holes and then dead ends. So the best we have.
That's the thrill of the chase. Like everyone's been talking about. That's the thrill of it all. People, I've heard a lot of comments, oh, you're wasting your time, how stupid you are going around a rabbit hole. Well, that's the thrill of the chase. Rabbit holes. That's life. Rabbit holes.
Yeah, but I want to find the purchase of the chest so I could just like stop looking for it because that's another thing I'm looking for. Let me see, reliquary bronze. Let's try reliquary bronze. Ooh, there's lots of stuff. Probably Spanish 50. Oh. Oh. Did I just find something? There's an article for Christie's. This is probably Spanish 15th century. What is this? Thoughts from Eugene Thaw. Property from the estate of Eugene V. Thaw. There's a lot of interesting stuff on here. What the hell? A velvet upholstered picture. What's up with these pop-ups? Screw these pop-ups. What are these things? Is that an actual staircase? They sold his staircase? Oh, this looks like something Forrest Fenn did. After the model. That's interesting. Wait, isn't this the same thing Fenn had? Didn't he make a bear where the bear's like legs are stuck in the mud or something?
Buffaloes, or yeah, buffalo. He did bronze buffaloes and he couldn't get the feet right, so he just stuck them in mud or something.
Well, that's what I'm looking at for a bear right now, and its feet are stuck in mud. What the heck? This is like the entire estate of Eugene Thaw. This is weird. View all. Okay, I'm gonna view all. What is this? How do you? Ooh, it sold for $2,278,125. I can't believe they sold a damn staircase. Spiral one at that.
And it's made out of bronze.
No, this one's made out of walnut wood.
Oh.
No, when I was looking up, because I try and find like, because once you can identify like the word verbiage, you can narrow it down. So I'm looking for bronze and reliquaries, but Indo-Persian Museum. Hey, you gonna make some food?
Yeah.
What you gonna make?
I still want some olives from this listing.
Oh, nice.
Finish all this before I waste my hard work.
Definitely understand that.
Did you eat already?
No, I'm still waiting for it to actually have to go stir it again. Here, take over real fast, Street.
Oh, gee, thanks. Let me pull up chat.
No.
Art dealer collector, yeah, Eugene Thaw. Forrest emailed me when Gene died. He struggled with the loss of his friend. Move on to other things not helpful in solving the poem. Luli, what's happened to Luli? I've got more into selling art lately. Thanks, Forrest. Yeah. I was never really into art. I kind of enjoy it now. Jackson Pollock.
Nothing good. I know you're crazy. Did we ever get fucking never. I'm like, I hope you're not cooking just like apps of the fridge or something. Oh no. I was just like, I've been so lazy for too long now. I'm like, you tell me if I was annoying you, right?
So what are you thinking, Galaxy?
Yeah,
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, they quickly do that box to the dump. So we're like, we were break from the flop of men and I we were watching. We were like,
I'm just
throw it. And then
kind of
we
looking
did
into
it,
that
we
museum
got
too.
No, I saw it. So it's
The
so-
Detroit Museum?
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like,
Did you
oh,
watch
want
that
to
video
stop?
when it was
Like,
playing
no.
of the guy making the replica?
I was running there and talking to them.
Was that the Vanetti or whatever guy?
Did not happen.
No.
It did
Max
like no
Fenn.
nothing, so I don't know if you get in trouble, but I mean, we're like,
Who?
I know,
I think
right?
his name on YouTube is Max
Wait,
Cast.
I built it up. It's back.
No, I didn't.
I'm returning another one. I found out Amazon has an Amazon pickup.
I just
Amazon pickup where?
it
Yeah,
just
like
made
where
me
you
think
get
how much
people
better it would look if
and
you're
pick it up for
Forrest Fenn and you had a mold made of it.
I was like, this is glorious. There you go. Now you don't have to like card it anyway. Just hold them up. There you go. I have like a few things I want to return, but I was like, oh, I didn't know I could return it without leaving the house. Now you're all about it. I'd love to leave and go to Ulta though, or return my dress. Where? Like Ulta? Ulta? Yeah, like Revolve if you return it at Ulta or what's the other one? You have Ulta in some other place. I was like, oh, I could do
If I
Ulta.
could mute her, I can.
Yeah, that's not too
But I
far.
can't. I'm not the host no more.
I love Ulta. I love buying stuff.
I know, this is my problem. Not to be.
Pretty much.
Now I'm good.
You know, Street, you know what else I thought was weird going back to the things that he said is how he's 80 plus years old. And it just seemed like every time he brought up the bracelet,
Birthday.
it made it seem like he would be getting
I
it
was
back.
like, kind of want these
Even though he was 80 plus years old. And then at the same time
Okay.
saying it's going to be hidden for 1,000 years.
January.
Hold on, Galaxy.
So
Only
funny,
part
like,
of that. Hey, Candy, can
I
you
was
hear
like,
me, man?
Oh, I don't know if
Yeah,
he got the link.
Mute.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
I'm muting. Oh shit, I ate all my black lipstick off. Hold on.
What was that, Galaxy?
Just how we were talking about the things that he said and the fact that he said it was going to be, 1,000 years before it was found, or that's what he would like. But then at the same time, being 80 plus years old and talking as if he's going to be handed back the bracelet.
Yeah, he kind of talked with joy in his eyes, wearing that bracelet again. That's when you alluded to it in that video you did a while back with the Douglas Preston and him interview that Capro and Mike did, where he
Yeah.
grabs his wrist. When he tells that story about the bracelet, he always grabs his wrist with his fingers, man, and twists back and forth. He's like, I love that little thing. Fit just perfect. I used to walk. I was so proud of that thing.
I think he had it on.
Could have, man. Yeah, there was a lot of things as we look back, hindsight's 2020. A lot of things kind of like click. The way he smiled and, well, the way that same Moby Dickens interview, when he's talking about that, and indicates anytime he indicated about the bracelet, he would grab his wrist. He when he said, "Yeah, if I ever get another illness, I'm going to go out there and throw myself on top of that chest and dare you to come and find me." And the look in his eye is like a little 12-year-old on Christmas morning, man. He looks happy as hell saying that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, well, the share screen Candy was sharing earlier. It was a quote from him saying, "Lying in repose forever next to the chest." Kind of seemed like he was looking forward to it, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, when you get that old, I'm 60, and the older you get, every year struggles, life, your daily life is harder and harder. I couldn't imagine 80, man. Seriously, it's a struggle. Hell, at that age, you got major organ failings, you got all kind of debilitating aging elements. You got, man, it's like running the gauntlet, you know.
Yeah, it's crazy how it slows you down. You see old people getting around, and it's almost a struggle for them to sit up.
Yeah, they grow. Ugh! Ugh! Well, just don't go where 80 or 79, 80-year-old man can't go. As soon as I heard that, I'm shit. Every 79, 80-year-old I know, they're either in the lazy boy asleep after eating, or they're sitting on the porch in nice weather, man, rocking back and forth, talking to anybody that comes around. "Hey, how you doing? Let me sit down. Let me tell you a story." They surely aren't trekking around the Rockies. I remember on Dow's site, anytime his physical prowess or his physical stamina came up, people would instantly, "Oh, you don't know Forrest. Hell, I bet you he could outdo all of us." I'm thinking, man, anybody but like Jack LaLanne. Anybody remembers Jack LaLanne from like the 40s, 50s, and hell, he was like 80 years old and swam the English Channel pulling a rowboat with 10 people on it. But hell, his whole life was like he was a bodybuilder type dude, you know?
Yeah, I've seen videos of that guy.
Jack
You must
LaLanne, yeah.
you must have seen him live, huh?
Hell, I was in the audience. No, my mom bought. The reason I remember, my mom was a health food. I mean, she was health food before the hippies. She was into that, growing her own herbs and vitamins. But she used to watch the Jack LaLanne show, and he'd come out with these like polyester stretchy pants, man. But they had bit like bell bottoms, and I mean, it was crazy. He had this shirt that was like 8 sizes too small, and it was a workout, and he was sponsored by, I think the company, the mixer company was Vitamix. I'm almost positive Vitamix. Hell, my mom, when she passed away recently, she still has the original machine from back in the 60s, man. Yeah, she bought it in the 60s. But it was basically like what they call those nutritious, when you throw everything into a blender. It's not a slushy. What do they call those things nowadays? Smoothie?
Oh yeah.
And he would put whey into it. My mom would put, yeah, hell, that you're talking 60s back then, man. But like I said, this guy lived that ever since probably 18, 19. You know, that was his life. Totally different than a Forrest type.
Wait, you're saying that Fenn wasn't in good shape?
Well, as good as shape as a 79, 80-year-old person naturally is, but not no damn Jack LaLanne type of shape. Hell no. No, 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 no,
I
no.
think he was closer to Jack LaLanne than the average 80-year-old.
Um,
I think he still had his legs up until he was like, you know, 85 or something.
And then they get that shuffle. They get the old
Yeah.
people shuffle. Yeah.
Because you see him, that video when he's going through the pottery shards.
Right. With Suzanne Summer and all those years.
Yeah, he's down on the ground on his knees, and he looks like he's kind of enjoying himself, like it's not bothering him at all.
Was those videos before he hit it or after he hit it?
After, I believe.
I thought they were before. I thought
They
they
could be.
were like 2005, 2004. I don't know. I for some reason I was thinking they were quite a few years before 2010. It's
Gosh,
the
I
one
don't know
where he
why,
said,
but I
is it the
think
one where,
Dale's in the video, so I could be wrong, but
is it the
I feel
same?
like
It's, sorry, go ahead.
I feel like he was talking to Dale. So
Like one of his, all those fishing logs and all that. I thought it coincided with, it's that one picture where he's sitting next to like a round rock with a wall, brick wall or a rock wall behind him, and he's tipping up a pop with a hat on.
oh
That's
yeah,
that.
I think that one's definitely might even be like 10 to 20 years before.
I thought that was like the same time frame as these Suzanne Summer videos, man, because of that. It's the same like white, dirtiest leather hat. It looks like it used to be brown leather, or like now it's just like faded white. It was all curled up.
Hmm.
And you're right. And that I do remember the video because he's walking along talking. And he's like, well, look right here. And he reaches down. He reaches down and says, look at this. This is like, 800 years old. Look at it. And like you said, they're walking like rocky terrain. And I think it's a slope coming down. And yeah, for whatever age he was at that, he's got legs underneath him. He ain't like watching every step.
Yeah, I think he was in very good shape for being 80.
I still don't. I don't picture. Yeah, even 20 pounds. I don't picture it. I just can't fathom that.
I don't think he went very far either.
Yeah.
I go back and watch all the interviews and stuff, and it's crazy how many times it's mentioned that he wanted to entomb himself. And there's one where Mike McGarity gets him. He says, we got Forrest to admit it wasn't buried.
Um. All I just remember every time someone would say buried, sometimes later on he wouldn't correct him, but like the earlier ones, he would say, whoa, I never said it was buried. I didn't want to give that away as a clue. So that even him saying that could mean anything. It could mean it is buried, could mean it isn't buried.
Or it could mean one is buried and the other is not.
Possibly, yeah. We're talking a two chest scenario. Yeah, certainly. How can you answer a question like that, man? It's a yes and no.
Yeah, you can if there's two.
Yeah, yeah. Same way with two can keep a secret, one of them's dead. One could, well, the chest can keep a secret if one of them's already found.
Hmm. I always try and relate the book back to things that happen. And the My War for Me story, when he finds that waterfall, and he goes down and stumbles on the grave marker. Do you know that one well?
What was it?
Everyone knows that one.
Okay.
The helicopter in Vietnam, the grave marker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, it's weird how he goes down there because it's his special spot in a way. And then he stumbles on a grave marker. It just makes me think that Jack somehow stumbled on it or something.
That story in Vietnam, man, that he was paying homage because like he built the story up saying he would say farewell to the waterfall and hope he got back to see it after. In other words, I hope I survive and I hope I live to see you on my way back. And it became like a ritual and he was paying homage. And think about this, Galaxy. That waterfall in his mind was saving him and he was going to thank it before he left the country. And when he goes down to thank it, he finds an entire graveyard of dead French soldiers. He's paying homage to, well, why didn't that waterfall save them? It saved me. Why me?
Just talking about being forgotten.
Well, that too, yeah.
I mean, when he has the promise that's made between himself and the waterfall, that sounds spiritual to me. Right? So he continuously keeps telling us I'm spiritual but not religious. Making promises with inanimate objects is very interesting.
Effigy. It borderlines on effigy.
Exactly.
What do you think the meaning is when he covers it back up and hides it again? The grave marker.
Respect.
Well, isn't respect turning it upright, not putting it back down?
Well, so he tripped over. Was it upright when he tripped over and he knocked it over?
He's always talking about right.
He tripped over an aluminum grave marker, and I think he found a stone grave marker, but it was facing down, so he flipped it over. And before he left, he put it back how he found it, and then covered it with grass.
I'll have to reread that part of the chapter, man. I thought it was the aluminum one, and he didn't. If I remember right, he didn't, or how I read it. I have to reread it, but I thought it was already fallen down, and he tripped. It was lying on the ground flat, not upright, like a headstone sticking up, curved and all. I thought it was lying down, and he turned around and tripped over it.
Yeah, it was laying down, but he I don't know if he put it, straight up or what, but he made a point to put it back how it was instead of, putting it upright.
Well, once again, I took that part of the story as he was paying homage for that place saving him. Why didn't it save them? He put it back right where it was because that was respect to not only them, the fallen, but respect to fate. Fate deals you 4 cards and a joker, and you play whether you like it or not. It was their fate to die there, and it was his fate to go there and pay homage and find out they died there.
Y'all are getting deep.
Well, that's how I read it, man. Like I said, every there's not chapters, there's stories. And you can say, oh, that's whatever, somatics or whatever. But every old person tells a story, and there's always a moral to it, always. And they always embellish it. You can't. There's not an 80-year-old I've ever met that will tell you the truth in a story. They embellish it. They add a little icing here and there, and at the end of it, there's a moral to it. Look at the stories his father told him. Out of the blue, he come up with this. What would you rather have, a mechanic out of school or one that's been doing it for 2 years? He's like, and my father was like that. That means, okay.
No commentary, Galaxy?
I'm thinking about a theory.
Are you stewing? Are you marinating on that theory?
My theory is if Jack actually found it and it is a replica that he stumbled on it.
You're lucky I'm not the host. I'd bounce you right now, man. I can't time you out. I'd have to
Well-
bounce you.
Here's my theory. So if there is two chests and the one in the book was for us to find, if you're Fenn, you put it in a place where somebody's eventually going to find it. Their interpretation of the poem is going to lead them there, but it's just going to be, it's going to be fate. It's so the clues will never make sense to us on how Jack got there.
I do agree with you. It was fate. I think as soon as he got the idea and implemented it, I think the person that was supposed to find it was already known. Not to Forrest, I mean, just to the universe, fate, or whatever. Their paths were destined to cross, in my opinion. Because I believe everything happens for a reason. Everything. So this second chest, so is it more spectacular than the first? And where do you go with that, Galaxy?
I wouldn't even know where to start. But I think it could be anywhere, including south of Santa Fe.
Oh, you're going to dangerous territory over there.
I think it's very strange that he made it a point to send everybody north.
Do you think it's in San Lazaro?
I don't know about that, but
Next thing you know, we're going to see Galaxy on the news.
I was going to say, for anybody, you got to put a PSA in here. For anybody who gets the idea to go there, it's 24-hour armed guard, just to let you know. And it is
Yeah,
out in the middle of nowhere. Nowhere.
It's tricky. Ask yourself, what are they guarding 24/7? That's a real question.
Guarding people from getting in it, about like Area 51.
Yeah, and what is Area?
Is it actually guarded?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Armed guard and video feed live.
So like half of San Lazarus Pueblo is owned by the government, half is owned by Forrest. So isn't that fascinating?
Are other sites guarded like that or what?
No, just that one. I don't even think Mesa Verde is guarded.
Nope. It's Park Service. Nope. No armed guards. Not
Yeah,
unless
everyone's gonna sit here and say I'm crazy talking about San.
you mentioned the people earlier. I forget their official name, but they're basically National Park Police. They operate inside any crimes like murders and all that. They operate inside the park.
And it's 24 hours, not
San
9 to 5,
Lazaro,
huh?
Nope, 24/7. And like I said, live feed, surveillance.
So you're talking Mission Impossible to get on there.
Yeah, if you're in health like Jack LaLanne, go for it, Galaxy. Good luck. We'll be rooting for you, man. Wow, did Candy dip out?
Did she?
I think so.
Huh. That was rude.
Yeah, yeah, I don't. San Lazaro plays a part in this somehow, and it's quite obvious through the auction and all, and every whatever, if it wasn't in there, which I find curious.
You talking inside the chest?
Yeah, yeah,
He said it was important to the story.
yeah. Him surviving ruined the story. Maybe the story was, like I said, for this information that he found to come out, and he can't do it when he's alive because he doesn't want to go to prison or get a. I mean, something like to that effect. And that's what ruined his story. He survived.
But why couldn't he do it anonymously or something?
Confiscation. They confiscate anything that's controversial, man. They'll use any, and you can't fight. You can't. They'll no, you if they want something from you, they're gonna come in and get it. Hell, they'll take your own land.
Hmm. I just can't fathom what would be so crazy that he couldn't just say it himself.
Well, I tend to believe you've heard the stories about that section of the Grand Canyon where back in like 1903, a archaeologist that was working for Smithsonian was in that area, came across a cave, and they found like they found artifacts from all over the world, China, Egypt, I mean, everywhere in this cave that should not have been there. And now to this day, you can't get you need a permit to go through whatever Colorado River or whatever that runs through there. You need a permit to raft that. You have to have a permit. And in this certain section, they don't allow anyone to go through there. What's happening, Justin?
Good evening,
think that
Mr.
could-
Street. Good evening, Galaxy.
Hey, Trusted. Do you think that could be more just for like safety purposes?
Well, that's not the only story of the government confiscating these artifacts that could be controversial to history as it's written in academics. It questions a lot of, and it even questions religion itself, Christianity and things, especially Christianity, Judaism. Yeah, it questions them. And if you look on every dollar, in God we trust, every president, so help me God, everything's God. It'd be kind of controversial if the country that was established in God we trust, God save America, blah, 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 blah. Maybe it'd be pretty controversial if something came out indicating a different storyline, a different time frame.
I like the story that the Grand Canyon is a gigantic ancient open pit mine. And there's a lot of them around the world, actually. And that a lot of things that people think are mountains are mine tailings from ancient mining.
And we all know the streets of heaven are paved with gold. Every culture, every great culture throughout written history, as we know it, worshipped, and I'll use the word worship, gold. They all did. I don't think that's a coincidence worldwide. There had to have been a reason.
Well, I know the more modern reason is the usage of trade of using it as money because it lasts. It doesn't oxidize like a ferrous metal would oxidize and break down and disappear essentially.
Well, let's look at the premise all over the world throughout written history. We have cultures making jewelry. They basically worship gold. They sought it. It was one of the greatest commodities all over the world. Jewelry. The person who was richest, and we're talking gems and all that, was the ruler, the king.
It got quiet.
Who's that?
Hey, Justin.
Hello, Lady OTAK. How you doing?
I accidentally killed my phone, so I thought it killed the stream for a second. I was like, oh no. I'm just trying to make food right now for either tonight if it's not too late. You know, I think I'm gonna make potato soup. I think that's what I'm gonna turn out making. Ow!
Crock pot.
Jesus, that hurt. What?
I thought I seen a crock pot.
Yep, that's what I'm using. I am using that while I'm listening to Street and Galaxy talk profound thoughts, as always. Oh, which I don't understand why they stopped talking profound thoughts.
You're back.
We're afraid you'll steal them.
I have my own profound thoughts, thank you. That was pretty funny.
I thought so. I couldn't hold back. I'm not even drinking tonight either. I'm in good form, rare form tonight. I ain't even drinking.
You're in a chipper happy form.
Just the crack pipe, huh?
Yeah, you got me. Just see the difference.
I swear, whenever Galaxy is like so quiet, but when he does talk, it's like either really profound or really funny.
I do like to get Street to laugh. It's funny.
I mean, the one about the rabbit had him chuckling the most I've heard him like ever chuckle. Oh no, not my sweater. Get away from my sweater. Stupid hanger.
So I got to ask, Candy, you going out on New Year's Eve, or you doing a live show?
I'm supposed to go to my aunt and uncle's house for Christmas on New Year's Eve because they had COVID, so they didn't get to do Christmas dinner like they usually do. I was planning on sitting underneath a table at midnight because allegedly, if you do that, you will find a husband in a year. And I'm like, I don't really want a husband, but hey, I could use a nice distraction that doesn't suck. So
Hold on. Sitting under the table at New Year's is an old wives' tale that you'll be married within a year.
yeah, at midnight. You got to do it at midnight, the stroke of midnight. So I'm gonna test that theory. I'm gonna sit under a table at the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, looking like a damn fool, and then counting down to a year later and being like, "Is this true? Did it work?"
Maybe the moral of the story, the old wives' tale, you'll see some single guy will like, wow, you all right? You want me to sit down here with you? You okay?
You having an episode at the stroke of midnight?
Here,
You need
hold
some
my hand.
assistance?
We'll walk through the new year together. I gotcha.
Are you a damsel in distress? Do you need assistance, ma'am? No, that'd be funny.
Swear to God, when you first said that, I'm thinking back back 20s, 30s, if I was New Year's Eve party and I seen a young lady under the table, I would definitely like, you okay? I'd dip down, like I wouldn't climb underneath there, but I'd be like, you okay, man? You need help or something? You got friends around here I can get for you? You okay?
I was debating, like, okay, so I'm supposed to go to my aunt's, which is like literally down the street. But I was thinking, like, I could go do the Christmas dinner and then I could leave and then come here and do a live. Or if Ben's gonna do a live, I don't know who's doing a live. Like, is Susie gonna do another live where we gotta get shit faced and Adam's gonna fall asleep standing up, hunched like a vampire, and like Keeper's gonna come on? Like, what's gonna happen? Remember last year?
Well, that's why I was checking with you. I don't go out drinking on New Year's. I'm going to be home. I'm trying to figure out who's going live, man.
I mean, we should have Galaxy, what are your plans for New Year's Eve?
Not being on YouTube.
Oh, you have a life outside of YouTube?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be at my friend's.
You're gonna go be social?
You have friends?
I know, right?
Are you
Galaxy
gonna
does
avoid that
all.
one girl who's obsessed with you?
Yeah, that's not gonna be a problem there.
Why? Did you hide the body?
That girl doesn't know any of my friends, so
Oh, that's good at least.
right, yeah.
That's funny though. It's like everyone's like, oh, what are the plans for New Year's Eve? We're gonna go live, and you're like, fuck going live. What's wrong with you? There's a world outside of the YouTube world. And I swear, you seem like you'd be the biggest like homebody, where you would just want to stay home, and you're like, no, I'm gonna go out in the world. Which I should probably do that too.
I think we all should.
I mean, I was thinking about doing like a Great Gatsby themed party, and it is going on in LA, but thinking about driving to LA is just a nightmare in and of itself. Don't want to do that. I don't know. I kind of don't like to be social that much during the holidays if it's outside, because I can't remember the last time I went out partying for New Year's Eve. Shit, what did I do the last time for New Year's Eve that didn't include a fucking YouTube marathon? I don't remember. Ever
Sure.
since 2020, I've always done YouTube marathons for New Year's Eve. What the fuck?
Shouldn't you and Heather be seeking out real estate in Arizona?
Oh, no, Heather's gonna have a baby soon, so she can't be social in the world of New Year's Eve. And I don't want her to move to Arizona. That's not cool.
I do.
No.
I do, because you have to follow her and go.
Wait, are you in Arizona?
No, but I'm gonna end up there.
Oh. Is the end of the world gonna end in Arizona, or is it gonna end in where was I reading this recently? Someone said the world was gonna end and the only safe place to be in the entire world is gonna be somewhere in Spain. That's what like this person was talking about based on the mythology of, you know, the world ending and like Ragnarok and stuff. They were talking about a specific spot in Spain that is going to be the only spot on the planet that's not going to be covered with water or deteriorated because of all the crazy celestial activities. Which I think I just saw an article today that proves officially the planetary alignment has commenced. All the planets are in alignment right now.
Yeah, don't think of it as the ending of your old world. Think of it as the beginning of your new world.
I mean, if it's going to be anything like 2020, I don't want it. 2020
No,
has been insane.
it would be a good thing if you went to the right place. It would be a good thing. You could get back closer to nature, live in a rural type environment, still have access to the internet so that you
Have
can
you
have
ever-
your job. There's nothing better than having an internet job and being able to work out in a rural environment.
You know the story, the city mouse and the country mouse?
No.
It's a story about two friends. One's in the country, one's in the city. I'm the city mouse. I don't do country. Not really. Like if I were to do country, especially rural areas, you would have to put me in a bubble, a plastic bubble. Because the entire time I'm out in the open, I'm like petrified some wild animal is gonna come meet me. So I need to be in the little placid bubble to be okay being outside. It's just how it works.
You have the equipment, you have that lip plumper. That's an instant cow milker, man. So you can goat, cow, something you can convert and double.
You're just on one tonight, Street, aren't you?
Actually, I know where there's a guy in your age bracket that he's hoping to find himself a wife in the next few years.
Wait, what?
And I said, I know where there's a guy in your age bracket that lives in Arizona in a rural environment. He's homesteading and he's hoping to find a good woman to get married to in a few years.
Indy, do you know any?
He did mention bringing, if she has a lip plumper, send pictures of lip plumper. Is this industrial one or?
Were you trying to say, Galaxy?
Well,
I was going to
he
ask
does
if you
have
knew any
solar
good women.
electric. He has solar electric, so charging up a lip plumper doesn't take a whole lot.
My lip plumper uses batteries, okay?
Got jars and cups.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
you gotta charge the batteries.
Wait, what were you trying to say, Galaxy?
Oh, I was just making a joke that he has a jar you can use.
Oh, God. Y'all are fired. Y'all are fired. Is this the roast of Indy? Is that what I should do for New Year's Eve? Invite everybody to roast me?
I'm not joking at all.
I'm
No, I
not
know
joking
that.
either, man. She's the one who showed us the lip plumper, man. I'm not joking. It's serious.
No, this guy is a good guy. Life wasn't all that great. It's hard making ends meet in the cities, and he bought himself a piece of property in a rural environment. Started out just living in his van, and then he started building up his property, building buildings on it. He doesn't have a house there yet, but he plans on in the near future building a standard type house. He raises animals there. He likes pets also, like cats, for example. I think he has cats and dogs also.
Nope. I only want him if he has a castle.
Oh, that ain't right.
I need to go to Scotland.
Send her a link to his YouTube channel, man.
I will.
Yeah.
What is YouTube? What are you guys doing to me? I'm not even sitting under the table yet.
Well, he has YouTube. There's Wi-Fi. If he's doing a YouTube channel, he's got Wi-Fi.
Yeah, he has that stuff.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Indy trying to wash clothes the old-fashioned way or doing anything like that?
I could. It's not like I'm incapable of it. I just don't want to do it.
No, he has an electric washing machine.
Oh, dear God. I can't. What do you want to look at how high maintenance I am? Do you see the pile of clothing that I have to go through? Do you see this?
But I don't think he's looking for a good woman to wash his clothes. I think he's looking for a good woman to join in with him in the experience of living out in an environment like that.
Trusted, right now I have the mentality of man-hating lesbian. I don't think it's a good idea at the moment. I currently hate all men.
Well, I like lesbians, and he might like lesbians too.
I said I have the mentality of one, not that I am one. I'm just gonna sit my ass under that table and pray to God that something might happen in a year.
Trusted, have you ever watched a channel called Bush Radical on YouTube?
That's interesting.
I'm not sure. Is he one of the guys that goes out and builds a temporary type buildings, survival buildings?
They bought 80 acres up on Upper Peninsula on Lake Huron in Michigan. They bought 80 acres, and him and his wife both do YouTube channels on building these little cabins. and it's fun to watch. Bush radical, all one word. They're fun to watch, man, with the off grid type thing.
So they build the shelters where they cut down trees and they dig into the side of hills and build semi underground houses and things like that.
He just a lot of the ones I watched. I just came across them the other day. I watched like 3 of them, and one of them is a series of his wife building an A-frame down by a creek, and then he built 2 cabins from start to finish, and they're like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 shows a piece. Yeah, it's really good. It shows you the math and doing it by standing the walls, and it's just fun. Live vicariously through them, get ideas and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's an awesome way to live. When I lived out in a rural environment and built my first house, the people that I would associate with were all doing similar things. They were either building a house from the ground up, or they had bought a house and they were renovating an old house or something like that. That's all we talked about. All we talked about was building, gardening, how to store food, the right things to store, and just all basic living type things that, believe it or not, there is so many things that the average person does not know in America. And I'll say the so-called citified people, that they typically have a really hard time if they don't have a source of information so that they can get up to speed on how to take care of themselves. What the heck is this country going to do if society does implode?
Well, I'll give you a fine example, Trusted. You and I are about the same age. I can remember my mom and grandmother doing gardening and canning. There was canning time, man. They canned certain foods, and we, during the winter time, I guarantee Galaxy and Indy never watched their mother or grandmother can anything.
Excuse me, I know how to can. I read the Almex guide because my old best friend Jessica was obsessed with it. So I had to sit there and read it. Plus, my mom knew how to do that stuff, and my great grandma knew how to do that stuff. So do not knock it just because I like to prefer the city over the country.
Okay, I'm saying, do you remember them doing it, like hanging out in the kitchen and you helping them break the peas and clean them and cook them and can them? Do you remember ever watching it happening around you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dude, my mom used to make chocolate mayonnaise cake. Okay, that should be enough information for you to understand and know.
I never heard of that one.
You never heard of chocolate mayonnaise cake?
No.
So if you don't have like eggs, flour, and all that other stuff, all you do is the cocoa powder, mayonnaise, and God, what was the recipe? Because you make a fudge frosting, and mayonnaise has all the ingredients you need to originally make a cake in general. So you would use the mayonnaise to create the cake and the frosting.
So mayonnaise is a finger food.
There.
Hold on, both of you are talking at once. What?
That is excellent information right there. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. That kind of resourcefulness the average person doesn't know.
Yeah, my grandma, she was definitely like a homesteader. It was pretty funny. They came from freaking Iowa. Like, come on. Just because I don't talk about it doesn't mean I don't know about it.
I think you would like a rural environment more than you think you would.
Nope. I like the city. I'm the city mouse. I am the city mouse. I chose to buy myself a trench coat yesterday because I decided I'm gonna wear a really cute wintry outfit for Vegas. And so I did that on my lunch and I purchased a trench coat. Do you think I would like to be in the rural area? I wouldn't have room for my clothing. Like, need all my clothes, please. Even though I own so much clothes, it makes no sense. Yet I still will sit here for an hour and say I have nothing to wear. And then I result to wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt like now, even though I've got a chainmail dress right here. I've got very expensive designer clothing piled up on top of my bed. Yet I sit there and say I have nothing to wear. This is the life of me.
I could help you find a husband with all that good information. I could be like, hey, dude, there's a woman under the table over there. It's midnight. And she's wearing a trench coat. You got to get over there.
That one movie, Overboard.
Yeah,
ever
I
seen
love
that?
Overboard. That's like one of my favorite movies.
Where she's like forced to kind of live down.
Yeah, because she's like she's one of the rich bitches on the cruise ship, right? On the ship. And
Yeah.
she ends up getting amnesia because she falls overboard. And the guy that she fired that was hired to build her indoor closet, he takes advantage of it and says, "You're married to me. We have all these kids and you have to take care of us." Like, it's the cutest story ever. I love that movie. For anybody who has never watched it, go watch it.
Goldie Hawn.
Let's see. Let me see if I could find the recipe. My mom never gives me recipes anymore. I have to like hunt her down and be like, "Mom, give me the recipe." And she's like, "No." And I'm like, "But I want to make it." "No, you're going to give it to your aunt." "I'm not going to give it to my aunt." "You promise?" "Yes, mother. If I find out your aunt gets this recipe and she takes over, I'll never forgive you. Give me the fucking recipe." "Okay, this is how you make carrot jello." I'm like, "Why is this so complicated for you to give me a goddamn recipe?" She does that every time. Every time
Why
I
do
ask.
old people like putting vegetables in Jello? I never got that. Fruit, I can accept. Vegetables? What the hell's carrots doing in a green Jello, man?
So you shred the carrots and you soak them in sugar, like a sugar water, and then you make the orange jello. It's orange. It's never green. Thank you. It's orange. And fuck, I forgot what else you add to it. It was my grandpa's favorite. And one day I was just really missing him and I was like, fuck it, I want to try it. So I messaged my mom. I'm like, "Mom, carrot jello cake now." And she's like, ah. She gave it to me though. Okay, chocolate mayonnaise cake. You do 2 cups flour, 2/3 cup unsweetened cocoa powder, 1 teaspoon baking powder, 1 teaspoon baking soda, 1/4 teaspoon salt, 3 large eggs. Okay, so I guess you can use the eggs. I guess the mayonnaise is used to replace the oil, but I feel like the eggs would also be replaced with the mayonnaise because doesn't mayonnaise have eggs in it? Like real mayonnaise?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So why would you need more eggs if the mayonnaise has eggs? That makes no sense. But this recipe is saying 3 large eggs, 1 2/3 cup granulated white sugar, 1/2 teaspoon pure vanilla extract, 1 cup mayonnaise. Damn, it's a lot of mayonnaise. And then 1/3 cup water or coffee at room temperature. What the fuck? They never told me there was coffee. This isn't the right recipe. This bitch crazy. Ain't nobody gonna add coffee to chocolate mayonnaise cake. The fuck? We ain't trying to make a mocha cake.
That
And then it
doesn't
doesn't
sound so bad.
But it doesn't have the recipe for the fudge frosting either. I'd have to actually hunt my mom down and get her to give me the recipe. The chocolate mayonnaise cake is my interest. I'm just gonna make one maybe next week. You know what? I'm gonna bake myself a cake for my birthday. And it's gonna be a chocolate mayonnaise cake. And I'm gonna do it live on my channel, and y'all can watch it probably blow up because I suck at baking.
Awesome.
Let's see.
You know, during the apocalypse, seeing you're gonna stay in the city, you'll have droves of people coming to see the chocolate cake mayonnaise lady.
God, I do not want to be
We
known
have
for
to
that.
go see the chocolate cake mayonnaise lady so we can bake a cake.
Oh God. That, like, you just gave me a glimpse of my future and it just made me horrified. I'm still young, okay? And then one day I'm gonna blink and I'm gonna be like the age of my mother. And I'm just gonna be like questioning what the fuck I've done with my life. Like, people coming to me for chocolate mayonnaise cake. No, I want to be people coming to me because I discovered the secrets of San Lazaro and Cozumel and shit. Like, I know the 7 cities gold, bitches. Don't come to me for chocolate mayonnaise cake. That'll be the code. Actually, if you want to know the secrets of Cozumel, you're going to have to go to my little castle. I'm going to live in a castle. And you're going to have to be like, I want a slice of chocolate mayonnaise cake. And then underneath the chocolate mayonnaise cake is going to be the location of 7 cities of gold. Like, there you go. Kind of like, you know, the speakeasy stuff they did.
Yeah, you could do both. I mean, remember during the Great Depression, the people in the city starved while the crops in the fields in the farming communities rotted. But the people in the
Sorry.
farming community still ate.
I wasn't laughing at that part. I was laughing because Lucky in chat said she won't have any mayonnaise then. Is it? Wait, mayonnaise is, oh my God, it's egg whites, right? Is it egg or egg whites?
Egg yolks.
Oh, it's egg yolks? Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck, how do you make natural mayonnaise? Let me look that up. How to make mayonnaise.
I
Yeah, it's
think the
pretty
number one
simple.
ingredient is like egg yolk. And you just whip
Yeah.
the shit out of them and you put like, I don't know what, they add something to it.
Yeah,
Uh,
the eggs in the oil and mix it up with the blender.
Yeah.
I know it has lemon juice. Okay,
All
so
I
it
think.
says, let me see what it is. What's the ingredients? I need to know, you know, in case the world
It's
ends.
one cup of oil for every egg.
Okay, so that's interesting. The two most important tips for making, oh my God, if someone gives me one more pop-up, I'm gonna scream. Getting the egg and oil to emulsify. I knew it had emulsification in it. I can't talk today. Room temperature egg. Whatever you do, don't pull an egg out of your refrigerator and try to make mayo with it. You might get lucky and it will work, but chances are it won't. So you need a room temperature egg. To warm the egg, put in a glass and fill it with hot tap water. Give it 5 minutes and it will be ready to use. Whisk the egg yolk with an acid. I like to use lemon juice, but vinegar works too. I knew there was vinegar in there. The reason you want to do this is that the acid starts to break down the proteins in the egg yolk so they emulsify better. Whisk the egg yolks and lemon juice well so they look like the picture below before you begin adding the oil. The fuck? Few more tips for making homemade mayo. Once you've followed the two most important mayonnaise making tips, these other tips will help make sure you have the best mayo possible. Add the oil very, and they put like all caps very, slowly. When you begin, the oil should be poured in the tiniest little stream, like in the picture below. Once the mayonnaise begins to thicken, you can pour the oil a little faster. If you ever notice the oil building up, stop pouring it, whisk the mayo briskly until it is incorporated. Use a neutral flavored oil. My favorite is avocado oil. Avoid olive oil to your mayonnaise or it will have a very strong flavor. Use salt, but sparingly. Always use fresh squeezed lemon juice. If you want a thinner mayonnaise, whisk in a splash of water. So that's all you do to make mayo? What? I'm almost tempted to try and do this right now. But I think my roommate might. She'd be like, bitch, what are you doing making fucking mayonnaise at 10 o'clock at night? This is what my channel is resulted to.
I think you should make your own mayonnaise to make your chocolate mayonnaise cake on your birthday.
Ooh, that would be a good idea. I like that.
That's a real from scratch kind of cake right there.
Should I do that?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe I should do it before my birthday because I want to have plans to be social on my birthday. Like, I feel, oh, you know what? The next 2 checks I have, I'm putting it all away for fucking Vegas. So I don't have that much money to go out and party because I just want to party in Vegas. Debating. I could definitely make a cake. That's no problem. But I think my plans on going out and being stupid are not going to pan out like I want them to.
Did you just
Also,
say your plan going out to be stupid might not pan out?
I mean, just to go out and have fun, like sing karaoke and stuff and just not really care. But it's expensive not to care. So therefore, I'll probably just stay in and go live on my birthday because that's the safer bet. For sure. I've now turned into a homebody. Ooh. Thank you, COVID.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Did we lose Galaxy, or is he waiting for his perfect one-liner again?
You will survive.
Possibly. Possibly. Galaxy, where'd you go? Did you fall asleep snoring again? Shows he's on mute. He probably did fall asleep snoring.
He's like, Trusted showed up, and now she's talking about making homemade mayonnaise.
I did. I resulted from talking about deep, profound things in the chase and Cozumel, and now we're talking about mayonnaise because y'all said I didn't know how to survive the world if it were to end.
Well,
The heck is it works?
those are deep, profound things.
Yeah, true. Not like today's day and age, but yeah, true.
The people
This show
in
is like Seinfeld and
society
that's funny.
back then. Somebody that's never seen mayonnaise anywhere, and all of a sudden they taste it, and this stuff is absolutely phenomenal. Yet they got to go see the mayonnaise goddess in order to learn how to make it.
Tim saying Candy's officially the mayo maker. Oh, good lord. I'm doomed. And on that note, I'm heading to sleep, you guys. Have a safe New Year's. Take care. Happy New Year, Tim. If I don't see you on actual New Year's Eve, have a good night. We had several big hay barns and grain vines, ran 550 cattle and grew alfalfa, grass, and some barley to a place what's called Trout Creek Ranch. Huh. Street, did we lose you too? The fuck? Did Street and Galaxy run off and have their own fucking Zoom?
I don't know. No, it
Street,
says there's 4 participants here.
what the heck happened? Street's like not responding. Galaxy's
No,
not.
I'm here. I'm here. I just got back in the room. I just didn't put it on mute before I left.
Oh. I think Galaxy fell asleep snoring because he's on mute. And he's not saying anything. I mean, I could say stuff that would probably warrant him to respond, but I don't want to piss him off. Eric Parker. I'll never get over that. It'd be so funny if his name really is Eric Parker and this entire time we've been saying it, exposing him, and we didn't even know we were exposing him.
Or did we?
Mind blown. If I say it enough times, do you think it'll summon him? Kind of like Bloody Mary or Beetlejuice?
I am Eric Parker.
You know, for some reason, Eric Parker reminds me of some long lost character from fucking South Park.
Eric Parker.
Because, you know, there's Eric Cartman. I just feel like Eric Parker is like the long lost cousin of Eric Cartman. Baby! Oh, man. It's ridiculous. Okay. What's being said? What's being said? Lucky, I think so. Candy may be eating only mayonnaise with her fingers. God, no, no. You can't take my own commentary and turn it against me. This is what I used to get to the street.
Living
Remember?
in the caves in the wilderness.
No, when I was like butting heads with Street originally in the chats, like in the comments, I was like, you're probably some pedophile who lives in his mother's basement that believes mayonnaise is a finger food.
Oh yeah, I remember those days. Those were good times, man. Good times back then.
I mean, I apologize for the pedophile part. That's obviously crossing the line. It's just what was always said when I was a kid. So obviously we know you're not. But that's what I used to say. But still, I stand by the living in mother's basement, believing that mayonnaise is a finger food for sure.
Well, I kind of set myself up being a single older gentleman in a white van with a bed in it. Yeah, I kind of set myself up for that one, and I did. I should have kept that shit secret.
You live in a van down by the river, avoiding the cunts.
Yeah, I should have kept that secret.
Oh man, that was so funny. Wait, are you still in your van right now, or are you at home?
Oh no, I'm not. No, I just use it to travel.
Okay.
Even
I'm
when I
like-
said I listed it, no, I just traveled. I might go out for a day or two, a week, whatever, a month.
Well, I know JK Pioneer he said he was driving the 57 earlier. I think the 57, where's the 57? I think that's over, let's see, 57 freeway. What is that over by? Is that Redlands?
I think he said he's heading to San Diego.
California 57. That's through Los Angeles, Anaheim, Long Beach, Burbank's over there. Is he going to San Diego?
I think that's what I read in chat. JK?
You going to San Diego there, sir? I thought he was going
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Street, do you still use that van to abduct people that are in cults and deprogram them?
Dude, we're in our own cult.
I am keeping that secret. Thanks for pointing that out, but I don't want to give that away as a hint.
You use that god awful Joker mask to really like accentuate your point that they need to get out of the cult.
See, that's another mistake. I used that in a few of the heists I've done. It was a big mistake. But then again, on my defense, there is a lot of those masks. I got it on Amazon.
Oh god, that's hilarious. Yet fucked up at the same time.
Yeah, I got a little bit too loose with the information, man. I hung myself.
What's something I could make or add to that's not flour that will flour replacement? I don't know what can be used to replace flour.
I don't think anything. Just
Ah,
different types of flour. Wheat
what's something
flour.
that thickens? Thickening replacement for food.
Cornstarch.
No, I don't have any of that. I wasn't really planning to make soup until tonight. And I'm like, I'm now wanting, well, I mean, the starch and the potatoes could be, but I got to smash up. There's no potato masher. I need to like smash up the potatoes.
Last time I went to Texas, it was like 2017. And it seemed like every field, like around here, you see corn or soybean. It was every field was these little shabby looking little bushes. They were only like maybe a foot off the ground at the most with these nasty looking brown seeds. And after like seeing it for a couple hours at the gas station, I said, man, what is that? And I think they said it was flax. Flax was a big crop in like 2017.
Oh, I hate flax.
Well, they said you could make flour out of it. You could make this, and they sold like this gas. It was a mom and pop gasoline station in some little hick town in Texas. But they had like fried bread made out of flax there for sale.
You know, when I used to live with my sister cat, and my sister cat, I say because she's my best friend, she's like my sister. We lived at her dad's over the summer one time, and he was hell-bent on getting her into shape. And because I was her best friend, he was like, you're getting in shape too. Mind you, we were like maybe 20, 21 years old at the time. And I really hate working out more than anything. And he used to purposely make me oatmeal every morning with fucking flaxseed in it and make me eat it. And I swore once I got out of that house, I would never eat flaxseed for the rest of my fucking life. Like I had to eat that stuff every morning for months. And I was like, this is cruel and unusual punishment. Like, ugh, flaxseed's disgusting to me.
Yeah, I didn't care for it. Once it's another one of those earthy. I could taste dirt in it, man. It was earthy tasted to me.
I mean, I like chia seeds. Don't get me wrong. That's fun to make. Type of behavior which is unapologetically self-indulgent, lazy, suddenly or greedy, typically in a way that rejects social norms or expectations. Fuck yes. Oh my god. I posted a video on my Facebook last night of me eating a drumstick at midnight. And I said, channeling my inner gremlin eating past midnight, you know, because if you feed a gremlin past midnight, they like multiply and turn into demons.
Right.
My half sister was like, goblin mode was Oxford's dictionary word of the year for 2022, even though it's clearly 2 words, but anyway, and is defined as being a type of behavior which is unapologetically self-indulgent, lazy, slovenly, or greedy, typically in a way that rejects social norms or expectations. So I feel like my entire attitude since the day I've been born has been categorized under the term goblin mode. I'm a fucking goblin. I'm okay with it too. It works. Let's see. Greek life hinder the investigation of these murders. You know, they're still trying to find the killer of the Idaho quadruple murder.
Really?
Yeah, it's been like almost 45 days, I think, and they still have nothing. They have like no leads whatsoever. Like, that almost makes me think it's a serial killer. And if it's a serial killer, that means they've done this before. So there's got to be patterns somehow.
If it's not a serial killer, whoever did it was premeditated beyond a shadow of a doubt. They just didn't do that and leave no evidence behind. No like trail to them. That'd be like 1 in a million killing right there. So yeah, I agree with you. It's either a serial killer or they've had to have had experience. The first time they go out and do it and they kill what, 4 of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty big for the first timer, man.
Well, you know what else doesn't make sense? So, like, hopefully I don't trigger people in the chat or anything, but they said the crime scene was so gory, like it was so messed up that, like, again, blood was seeping out of the house. That's how bad the massacre was. How was it possible for the killer or killers to leave the scene of the crime and not have any trail of blood? Like, there was no DNA forensic evidence, nothing. There's nothing to go outside of the house. So
And no footprints in blood or anywhere or nothing.
Nothing. There was only a bloody handprint, and that was up against the window of the kitchen. And they believe that the killer was wearing gloves because for some reason the police and the FBI who were doing it, they were scanning for forensic evidence and stuff. They completely missed a fucking black glove that was just chilling like a couple of feet away from the house. Like a citizen came forward and was like, "Hey, I found this. You guys totally skipped this shit." So they got that. They got this discarded like jacket that looks like the one that Madison was wearing the night at the food truck. And there was pictures, and it's really interesting to note this. There were pictures of these pair of shoes in the house that matched the shoes of the JS person that people think could possibly be the killer, because his alibi is that he drove 5 hours out of the way to his parents' cabin in the middle of the night.
And that was one of the people at that food truck that they have him on camera.
Yeah, the one that was walking with him or something. And then more footage is being released now. So they caught this part where Kaylee and Madison were walking by with someone else. I think it was Jack too. I can't remember. But like, Madison was admitting that she told Adam, and Adam's this bartender at the corner club. And she was like, Kaylee's frantic, and she's like, "Madison, what did you tell Adam?" And she's like, "I told him everything." And they're like freaking out. So obviously there's something, because a few hours later they've all got murdered. So what's interesting to me is it possible that the killer killed 4 people? The roommates, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with roommates, but they didn't hear anything. They didn't come out of the room until like noon the next day. Makes no fucking sense. So does that mean the killer had time to wash off the evidence? Like, is that how psycho the killer is? He's literally goes in and butchers 4 people and then goes and cleans up everything. And that's why there is no trail when they leave the house.
That's not a first timer.
That's just crazy though, because it's like the cops don't know shit. They're looking for this certain type of car, and they're having like no leads on that. They should have came out exactly when they found the lead and put it to the public, because now that they've fucking released it, it's too long and the time's gone by too fast, and it's just too hard to look for this car. And that was pretty much their only lead that they had.
Unfortunately, high profile murders and murders in general, they have to have all their T's crossed and I's dotted, man, to like bring it to court, because technicalities can get out a lot of murderers, man. They didn't
Well,
do this
so
right. You know.
you know what I started to think, and I didn't think of it at first, but now I'm starting to think it's a possibility. Everyone's looking at like the Sigma house, right? The Sigma Chi or whatever, the fraternity. They're thinking, oh, it could be these people, and it's like based off hazing. And then other people are like, oh no, it's Jack, and he was being creepy with the girls, and he followed them at the corner club, blah blah. Well, Madison was sharing her room with Kaylee because Kaylee was moving out the next day. She was gone. She was actually already moved out of that place, and she just came back that day to show Madison her new car that she bought, because they've been best friends since they were little kids. So she went back to the fraternity house to show her, or the sorority house to show her her new car. And so that night she slept in Madison's bed, because her bed wasn't even really working or whatever. It was like already moved out and everything. And Madison was sharing everything, but Kaylee, when she was getting ready to move, she went on and posted that she was looking for somewhere to stay because she was leaving the college. And so she was supposed to be moving to Texas. So she's got all these, like, I think it's Craigslist or something, like posts up about all this information. And that could completely draw the attention of a serial killer. And I don't think anyone's looking into that.
So this was college students
Yeah.
that got killed.
Yeah, they like didn't just get killed, they got massacred.
So what college was it at or near?
It was in Moscow, Idaho.
Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah, and it happened like 45 days ago. Everyone on the planet is working on this, trying to understand how or what happened, or trying to like get justice for the families. There's like a lot of speculation going around. There's this one TikToker that's getting sued by this teacher because the TikToker said that she thinks that the killer was the teacher. So she's suing for defamation, just all this weird stuff. But there's so many weird things. Like, one, these girls posted all over social media. They had no private accounts. So their Instagram, their TikTok, their Facebook, all of that was public. Plus they tagged where they were at all times on these other weird apps, which is not the smartest thing to do. So it would show people that were wanting to see where they were, exactly where they were. And one of the things she did was tag herself in the damn sorority house. So it's like a freaking beacon for any serial killer to go in and know exactly where you are, because you GPSed yourself at your sorority house.
Okay. So it's 4 females.
No, it was 3 females and a male. So the third roommate, the female, her name was Xana. Her boyfriend Ethan lived not too far off at his own fraternity, and he was sleeping over with her that night at the sorority because, like, I guess she asked him to or something, because they all went out and were drinking and partying and stuff. And everyone believes that he was the one that got killed first. Because if you think about it tactically, if you're a psycho and you're trying to take people out, you're going to want to take out the strongest one first. And that would be Ethan, because he was like huge. He was like 6 foot or something, or 6'2". And I don't know if he was a football player or anything, but he was athletic. So he could be somebody that could have tried to take on the killer. And so they say they claim that he was found in the doorway but halfway in the hall in the kitchen. So like the room that he was in with Xana was right directly across the kitchen. And there's like rumors that he was found like pretty much mutilated and butchered right in the middle of the hallway and the door. Almost
Well,
like he was
that
trying
would-
to like protect her.
That would indicate if he got up in the middle of the night to get something to drink, or he heard something, or there was an altercation, that would awaken the other people, even if they were drunk. You know, a scuffle would definitely wake up. I don't think it's a young person, the college age. I don't think they're young, man. I don't. That's too well orchestrated to be. And if it is a young person, this isn't their first time doing it. They couldn't get with no evidence to go on that they've released to the public. That just doesn't sound like a young college kid.
Well, so not only that, but so they're like, it's so fucking weird. They think, well, the coroner said that Xana had defensive wounds, meaning she had time, like she heard something long enough to trying to defend herself, right? So
And she was in the
obviously-
room with the guy.
Yeah, that was her boyfriend. So
Okay, that would make sense.
yeah, like he gets murdered first trying to protect her, and then she has just enough time to try and defend herself, but obviously doesn't help. But then the coroner was claiming that Maddie and Kaylee were murdered in their sleep, but then the coroner also said that one of them also had defensive wounds.
So they were waking up.
Yeah, and there's this really creepy post going around on Reddit that released a lot of information that the cops hadn't even released yet. Like one of the things they were keeping on guard was the fact that Madison was in the bed with Kaylee sleeping. They originally released that all four of them were in their own rooms. They said like, you know, Ethan was with Xana, but they said like Kaylee was in her room, Madison was in her room, and then the roommates that survived that never heard anything were at the like the bottom level. And all of a sudden there's this Reddit post and it's talking about the details on like how they were to pull it off and who they killed first and everything. And they said in the post that first they killed Madison, or sorry, first they killed Kaylee and then they killed Madison, and they were sleeping together in the same bed. So it's like no one knew that information because the cops hadn't released it yet. But this creepy ass Reddit poster sure as hell knew that information before it was ever released.
I'm going to say they're in their mid to late 30s. It's not a young killer.
You know, just reminded me that I'm old. Thanks for that.
Well, no, I'm just, it doesn't fit in my mind. It does not fit the normal 22, 23, 24-year-olds. No.
Well, so the FBI profilers are claiming that the killer is an incel. Do you know what that means?
No.
So pretty much they're like loners and they don't have sex or anything. And when they kill people, especially with knives and stuff, it's like having sex in itself, which is really fucked up. And they look at really twisted, fucked up things. They kill animals. Like it's this really fucked up profile. And multiple detectives, profilers, psychologists, all of them working on this case are all saying the killer's an incel.
Wow.
And I'm like, because it showed that there was no the girls weren't sexually assaulted or anything at the scene of the crime. They were just like butchered and murdered. And so they claim that incels do that, like they'll murder people but they won't, you know, sexually abuse them or anything.
And this something that disturbing would have to take years to perfect, wouldn't it?
Wait, what?
Wouldn't a personality like that, would a 22-year-old, 23-year-old have developed a personality and what got bold enough to enact it beyond animals?
Yeah, so I think it was like a week or two before the murders. A old couple had a dog and they let him out and the dog never came back. And the next morning on their doorstep, their dog was skinned alive up until the head or whatever, and it left like the collar on, but they totally mutilated the dog.
I've never, if this is, it sounds like serial killer type, not their first time. They're well professed at it. They're good at it. They left no traces. I've never heard of a young serial killer in their early 20s. Have you?
Didn't fucking what's his name, Jeffrey Dahmer, start off really young? Right? I thought
Yeah,
Jeffrey Dahmer started off young, and same thing with Ted Bundy. Didn't Ted
Yeah.
Bundy like target universities?
but I think he was in like his 30s and 40s when he did that. Dahmer, I think it was the animals first, and yeah, he was like high school doing that, but it was like his first human. I don't know how old he was, man.
That's just so fucked.
He's from Ohio too.
Oh, God. That's just so messed up. And so like I've been working on identifying, like seeing what other pieces of the puzzle fit. And there's some really weird stuff that's been going on. That have been going on with the release of more information. So let me see some of it. What did they put? Like people always are like posting on this Facebook group that I follow for the murders. And like there's the car, there's new footage, and I guess today there was more something released. There's like pictures of the victims right before they died at the corner club. So what's interesting is Adam was the bartender that worked at the corner club, and he's one of the people that was kind of last seen with the girls alive. But the cops allegedly cleared him. The cops allegedly cleared Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, and then they claim they cleared Jack S., who is the one seen with the girls at the food truck. But he not only drove, his alibi is that he drove 5 hours out of the way to his parents' cabin in the middle of the night, which makes no sense. He's now in fucking Africa, and he didn't even give a DNA sample.
How and why did he go to Africa?
Well, his parents have ties to Africa and they're hunters and stuff. But the most messed up thing is that this kid mutilates animals. Like he kills and hunts animals. And there's a photo of him with a hunting knife where he just mutilated an animal. I would say that fits the profile pretty damn good.
It's starting to check some boxes. Let's see, used to and proud of killing animals. Okay, check.
Got kicked out of the corner club because he was being super creepy and made all the girls uncomfortable.
And how old is he?
The same age as them. So like, I think 21 or 22.
Wow.
Yeah, because Ethan and Xana were only like, I think 20 years old. So they weren't even allowed to drink at the bar yet. And then it was Kaylee and Madison who were 21. And they could go to the corner club and drink. And that night, it's claimed that Jack got kicked out of the corner club because he was being really creepy. Yet he was the one following the girls to the taco truck to try and sober them up. And they end up ditching him right before they get this Uber or whatever to go back home. He also got kicked out of the fraternity for anger issues. So the fraternity kicked him out. He gets kicked out of the corner club. He's really creepy. He mutilates animals. He knew the victims. He was at the house parties multiple times. I'm just like, this dude screams killer, and he's not even trying to defend himself. But his parents have so like deep pockets. Not only do they donate to the university, but they have a best friend who's the dean. The not the dean, the DA, there we go, the DA of the whole thing.
Oh,
yeah, the DA.
well,
so they have the police in their pocket.
My only thoughts were to be well orchestrated like that for people, leave no evidence. that would take a level head to go through that scenario. 4 different people, 2 different locations, other people in the building, left no traces, no connect. I mean, that's if it's there, if this is this person's first time, whoever it is, that's one they got lucky as hell, man, to pull that entire scenario off. Because we're like you said, it's a gory set. This is gore going on at its primal. Oh man, I don't know.
So the person who messaged me, did I tell you what I got messaged to me today?
I don't think so. Why we were live already?
So do you remember when I was entertaining possibly dating that guy named Brett, who I've known since we were kids? And we always like danced around, you know, having crushes on each other. But like I was always with DJ. He was with his like high school sweetheart. They got married and had kids. Long story short, it turned into an absolute shit show. Never even met up with him. I was just talking to him and I'm like, I don't know, better off being friends, right? Well, he fucking messaged me last week. I was live and I talked about this and was like, oh, I want you to come to the bar and meet up with me so I could apologize to you in person. I'm like, no way, fuck that. Well, he then messages me again and he's like, well, I wasn't talking to you because my ex, who he separated from, just had her 3rd kid 2 days ago. And I'm like, that's disgusting. You were talking to me while your ex was carrying your kid? Like, fuck you. So I blocked him, right? Well, today, his girlfriend that he's been living with for the past 3 months messages me and is like, did Brett ask you to meet him at the bar last week? And I'm like, who are you? And she's like, I'm his girlfriend. And I'm like, sweet baby fucking Jesus. Are you kidding me? So not only was he talking to me, he was with another girl who's his girlfriend while fucking having his ex carry his 3rd child. And then there was 2 other girls that he was dating and fucking around with. Thank God I was the only one that was just like talking to him. I never met up with him or anything. But I'm like, are you shitting me right now? And now, because I didn't respond to her for a while, she's like, she blocked me. I'm like, why did you reach out and send me a friend request and then fucking block me? Like, what is wrong with everybody?
Sounds like you dodged a bullet.
Hell yeah, I did. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with people? Oh, God. I cannot. A white girl can't even at this. This is what I'm telling you, Street. I have the mentality of a man-hating lesbian.
Well, that under the table at New Year's is starting to make more sense now. I think I get the analogy. I think I get the moral of the story.
I will be under the table at the stroke of midnight. No Cinderella bitches here. Although I do have Cinderella shoes pretty much. Let's see. Wait, what's chat saying? Wait, why is chat talking about Pomona? The fuck? Why is chat?
It's been a pleasure, Candy. Trusted. I gotta roll out of here. Everyone in chat, been a pleasure. I'll be on live tomorrow at 8, man.
Oh, tomorrow's
Good
Wednesday.
night,
Huh?
Mr. Greg.
Yep. Y'all have a good night.
I'm gonna end it too. I gotta go to bed. I have work tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Good night, Trusted. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Lady OTAK. Good
Night,
night,
everybody.
everybody.